Let's go and find that. So you understand the format. What is the capacity? The capacity. Wow, that is serious. Okay. We can see how you walk now. Okay. Midway.
Honorable members, Madam Speaker.
Prayer. Almighty God, we in the wisdom of progressive goodness have appointed our leaders and parliaments for the welfare of state and just government humanity. We beseech you to look upon with the abundant favor these your servants, whom have been pleased to call the performance of such important trust in this land. Let your blessings descend upon them here assembled, and grant that they may, as in your presence, to it and consider all matter that shall come under deliberation, is so just and faithful manners promote your honor and glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests you have committed to your church.
Item 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable members, I want to welcome you to this afternoon sitting. Yesterday, during the deliberation that we had on brutality on members or women members of parliament, the discussion was centered on the need to preserve the delicate political space of the women. As women, we must guard our space jealously. We must guard it. You're elected. And as a result of that, I want to issue directives. I issued directives and I want to reiterate. The commemoration of the international recognized days, such as Women's Days, must be respected by all the stakeholders. And where a woman wants to celebrate, a woman member of parliament, it should be respected and she should be allowed to do it without any interference. Members of parliament and citizens out there can always arrange to commemorate such days lawfully. The Minister of Internal Affairs should investigate all the security personnel who were involved in the interruption of the celebration of Women's Days for the women members of parliament who have already reported it to parliament. The Sectoral Committee on Presidential Affairs should inquire on the role of the resident state attorneys in disrupting the members' constituency activities. Our resident district commissioners, the RDCs, should interest itself on the role of the RDCs and also give this house the terms of reference of the RDCs as they're in those areas. Whether brutality is one of them, the Prime Minister should table in Parliament the schedule of disbursement of funds, the 3 million shillings that is meant to be sent to each district for celebration of the Women's Day. As said yesterday, the Right Honorable Prime Minister should also table an action that has an action taken on the parties that have been mentioned as per the directives, the RDCs, the police officers, and those persons that are involved. And then the Minister of Presidential Affairs should appear before Presidential Affairs Committee to give an explanation to whatever happened on her RDCs and report back to this House within 1 month. Honorable members, on 14th March 2023, the Public Service Pension Fund Bill was read for the first time in this House and was referred to the Committee of Public Service and Local Government in line with the Rule 1291 of the Rules of Procedure. The 45 days that were given as envisaged in Rule 1292 elapsed on 28th April. The chairperson of the committee is here to seek for an extension of the days, and that extension is as per Rule 1412 of the Rules of Procedure. At an ample time, I will allow the chairperson to come and seek for an extension formally in the House. Honorable members, my attention has been drawn to the reports of the heavy rains, the mudslides, the floods that have ravaged most of the parts in Kigesi, Rwenzori, claiming over 16 lives and leaving hundreds of people homeless. This is a common occurrence during this rainy season, to which we get this kind of disaster. And the people in the Elgon region also need to be on alert on this, because this has happened and is still going to continue happening. Uganda is a very interesting country. It is either floods or drought. So we must be always prepared for the floods and the drought. And we've lost a number of people just within these few days. As people's representatives, we want to condone with the families that have lost the people. And we want to ask the Minister of Disaster to come and present what report, immediate action have they taken on what is happening and what are the long-term plans. It still takes us back to what we have been saying. We need a disaster commission. It's a constitutional requirement. But nobody has ever bothered to do this. They will say we have a disaster committee in the constituency, but it would be this disaster commission to push the disaster committee at district level to ensure that we prepare in time, but we have paid a deaf ear to that. May we rise for a moment of silence for the people who have lost their lives.
May their souls rest in eternal peace.
Honorable members, as we continue to mourn the departed, I also want to remind you to continue keeping in touch with the family of the late Colonel Charles Angola, our colleague who passed on. Please support them through prayers, financially, and also just going to the family to be with the family is good enough. He has been one of us. He's gone. He used to be like us and will be like him. So we need to stand by the family and be with the family at this difficult period. Honorable members, we will have matters of national importance at the time of Prime Minister's time, so that the Prime Minister will be able to answer whatever is being raised. Thank you. Yes, Anne?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, Yesterday, we were just a little bit shocked about how the debate ended, but we are pleased with your clarity of judgment in giving the way forward and the directives that you have given. Now, Right Honorable Speaker, if it may please you, yesterday, the Deputy Attorney General provided details about the Public Order Management Act, the Constitutional Court's ruling, and where we stand today, and also undertook to have a practice direction authored by his department to guide all the security agencies on how to regulate public meetings and public gatherings. So, Madam Speaker, if it may please you, would you please add that to the directives and give the time period within which this practice direction can be issued, because many police officers are still using the law that has already been nullified to restrict and make it impossible for public gatherings to happen. And yet we are well aware of what this House did regarding the Miscellaneous Provisions Act and the position of the same. Also, Right Honorable Speaker, if it may please you to add to what you have enumerated, the fact that male police officers who arrested women should be strictly disciplined. That is a matter of violation of women's bodily integrity. The sister of Honorable Susan gave us her testimony that she was fondled by the male police officers who arrested her. The police officers who were in charge of arresting our colleague in Buvuma were all men. And it is a gross abuse to the women of Uganda, and we should speak clearly and condemn the same. So the Prime Minister should clearly address that issue and tell us why, as women of Uganda, men are involved in arresting and touching the bodies of women. Thank you.
Thank you. Prime Minister, the aspect of men arresting women is a very wrong thing. Just imagine you a Hajat, somebody touching you. It's a very wrong thing. Ladies must be arrested by ladies. Men are comfortable being arrested by women. For them, they are comfortable. Honorable members, we had a miscellaneous review. That was the law that was brought in the House. There was a court
Madam Speaker, so far we have received information that 18 people have died. There are also destruction of homes, houses, and also roads, like the road from Katuna Muko, the road that goes to Lake Bunyonyi in my own constituency. All these have been destroyed by the rain. And also to update the House that upon receiving this information, we have involved the Office of the Prime Minister. I've also informed the Minister of Works. We are doing all that we can to make sure that the situation at least temporarily improves as we plan a solution for this. So I want to send once again my condolences to the people who have lost their dear ones, and also those that have been affected greatly, and confirm that government is doing something to come to their rescue. And I appreciate your sympathies, Madam Speaker and the House. I thank you.
Thank you so much. In the public gallery this afternoon, we have students and teachers of Ekisenu Quality Junior School from Nachifuma, a constituency represented by Honorable Hanifa Nabukera and Honorable Simba Fred. You have a very good member of parliament. She's there. And continue bringing her. Tell your parents to continue bringing her. Thank you. And Honorable Simba. Yes, on the communication, can we go to law? Let's go to business. Why do you want to comment on what I've said?
Honorable Speaker, the House Speaker is not a small person. Her communication can make or break. And therefore, it is as members to really delve into it so that we can appreciate much better its implications. I want to appreciate you for enumerating the way forward. After yesterday's terminated debate, you must have heard the gigglings. But we
Honorable
appreciate
members,
your,
it was not a terminated debate. You should not alert somebody when you're finishing. Why do you want to be alerted when you're finishing? We finished successfully and we have completed today.
Honorable Speaker, I take a note of your guidance. I have two remarks. One relates to the issues
Thank you so much, Law. On the timeline, the only one with a timeline of 1 month is on presidential affairs. The rest are for 2 weeks. They should report back to the House in 2 weeks' time. And that is before we break off to the next session. I don't know who has information about, AJ, do you have any information on the shrinking civic space? So, Daga, you have information on what? What are you?
Right Honorable, I wanted to make a response and express concern about my elder brother's choice of words or diction, the Right Honorable Leader of Opposition. I do understand his concern that members of the committee have been invited, but in particular, he chose to use the word summoned. Now, summoned would imply there are sanctions if they do not turn up. But to the best of my knowledge, that it is by choice. It is an invitation to which they are free to honor and turn up or not. So let's not create the impression that they are being summoned in order to be dictated to, and that if they do not turn up, there are sanctions. In this case, they are invited. Thank you.
Doug, are you confirming that members have been invited? Because I am not aware.
Right Honorable, my concern
Is on the word someone versus invitation.
Yes.
The
Diction or choice of words.
yes.
Because my brother intended to project a particular meaning.
Doug's issue is on invitation, not summoned. As the Speaker of Parliament, I have not gotten information to that effect. And when I get the information, I will first understand why they've been invited for that meeting. And it could be an interactive meeting where they're interacting with their party chairman. Just like opposition comes and interacts with the law. It is an interactive meeting to come up with a decision on what should be done. But when I get a written letter, I will come to you, Lop. Like in the last one of anti-homosexuality, I also invited you to ask you to allow Honorable Basalira to go for that meeting. So when I get a written communication, I will inform you, my brother. At the moment, I am not aware of the meeting. If they are going to State House, they are going to meet their party chairperson and have maybe party discussion. They are not doing it on behalf of Parliament. That one I can assure you, it's not on behalf of Parliament. Thank you. Next.
Item 3.
Honorable Item 3.
Item 3, statement by the Prime Minister on alleged enforced disappearances by the state.
Before we came to the House, I had a meeting with my brother, Lop. The report the minister had brought would not sufficiently answer what is on the order paper. So we've agreed that the Prime Minister presents this paper on Tuesday. Tuesday will come. So let's give it time to Tuesday.
Item 4, laying of papers. Item 4.1.
Honorable members, Article 1512 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda on conditions of government borrowing is that Parliament must approve. Pursuant to Section 36 and 39 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015, and Rule 1551 of the Rules of Procedure, I now invite the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development to table the loan request to the House. Honorable Golobi.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I beg your indulgence. On the order paper, we have the laying of this proposal. I want to update the House that this particular loan proposal was actually approved. What we are having now is a favorable adjustment in the loan with a grant element that was not there before. So given that adjustment, we have to come back to you with a motion since the loan was approved already. So instead of laying, I would beg that I move a motion for a resolution of Parliament to reconsider the proposal to do the necessary adjustments.
Yes, Lord.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The submission of my brother, the Minister for Finance, is well understood. It is an invitation to the presiding officer, therefore, to amend the order paper so that it reads what he's asking of the House. Otherwise, the record will really look jumbled, Your Honorable Speaker.
I still believe it should go to the committee. The House cannot just approve or do any amendment on that. Let it go to the committee. Even if it goes for one day, Honorable Minister, it will come back and the House approves. It will be neater. Just lay it on table and we will send it to the committee.
Right Honorable Speaker, most obliged. I beg to lay on table a motion for a resolution of Parliament to reconsider the proposal to borrow up to a unit of accounts 179.56 million. In euros, it is equivalent to 216.71 million from the African Development Fund, ADF, and the UA 69.94 million, equivalent to euros 84.41 million from the Africa Development Bank, ADB, and euros 25.981 million from the Corporate Internationalization Fund of Spain for refurbishment of the Kampala-Malaba meter gauge railway project. I beg to lay.
Actually, what the Honorable Minister is laying is a loan request, not a motion. So that's a slip of the tongue. Honorable members, it's okay. Now, in furtherance to Rule 1552 of the Rules of Procedure, I refer the loan request to the Committee of National Economy and the Sectoral Committee on Fiscal Infrastructure. We have had issues where we refer a loan to national economy, and then the sectoral committee comes up and says, no, this particular activity was done. So we want both of them to look at it. We are not suspending the rule on the sectoral committee. Thank you.
Item 4.2, corrigendum to the budget for the financial year 2023-2024.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, this corrigenda item is not yet ready for presentation to the House.
When can we have it, Honorable Minister? Give us the timeline.
Well, Right Honorable Speaker, I think by Wednesday.
By Wednesday.
Yes.
Thank you.
Item 4.3.
Honorable members, by the way, Honorable Lugolobi used to be one of our best chairpersons of Budget Committee. He was my chair. That's why I give him all the respect. Honorable members,
Item 4.3, addendum to the certificate of gender and equity compliance for the annual draft budget estimates of revenue and expenditure for the financial year 2023-2024 with gender and equity requirements.
Honorable Minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay on table the addendum to the certificate of gender and equity compliance for the annual draft budget estimates of revenue and expenditure for financial year 2023-2024. I beg to lay.
Thank you. We've received it finally, though it was supposed to have come on 1st April, but we have received it. Honorable members, in the public gallery this afternoon, we have students and teachers of Bukedea Comprehensive School, all the way from Bukedea. You're most welcome. They are represented by none other than my good self, Honorable Ikojo and Honorable Polot. You're most welcome. And you can send all your children to Bukedea Comprehensive. Next.
Item 5.
Yes, procedure.
Madam Speaker, on Tuesday, after I raised the matter about the report, a quarterly report on tax exemptions, you did direct the Minister of Finance to bring and lay as required by Section 77 of the Public Finance Act to come today because they have defied the law for the last 4 quarters to come and lay those reports on the table. They had alleged that they had written to you, and you say they have never written to you. Last week, Honorable Musa Sisi had claimed that he had been giving them to the Committee of Finance, but I was surprised on Tuesday, he did not repeat that. So, Right Honorable Speaker, this is a matter of law. This is a matter of law. Why should Minister of Finance? Why should Minister of Finance? This is a matter of law. Why should the Minister of Finance? I've even tried to look in the library, there is nothing. Why should the Minister of Finance perpetually continue defying the law, Right Honorable Speaker? So procedurally, are they right to come today here without those reports regarding tax exemption, Right Honorable Speaker?
Honorable Golobi, you're not in the house that day. It was Honorable Musa Sisi, and we asked the ministry to present a report on tax exemptions. And he promised they would present on Thursday. Can we have, do you have the report or?
Right, Honorable Speaker, I do not have the report with me, but I want to recollect that when we are laying the budget, we laid a report on tax expenditure. And I thought that covered what is being asked for.
It was not on tax expenditure, it was tax exemption.
Yeah, within those tax expenditures, actually, we cover issues of tax exemptions. The broader context is actually tax expenditure.
Maybe just for information, Honorable Minister, it was not included. Maybe it was an oversight, but it was not included.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Honorable Minister, it wasn't included.
Would you allow me, Right Honorable, to commit that we shall deliver this by Wednesday next week?
Okay, thank you.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you. There is a procedure matter by law. Then
the crash. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Now that we are considering the tax bills, on the 25th day of last month, The Honorable Deputy Speaker presiding over the House instructed the Minister of Energy and Mineral Development to present a report to Parliament relating to unpaid taxes on gold. And the House deferred her statement because it was incomplete, it was inadequate and misleading, Right Honorable Speaker. The Minister is here to ask for leave to levy taxes, and the Minister has failed to collect taxes that we granted leave for collection. Would it be proper, Right Honorable Speaker, that we proceed to look for more taxes when the taxes that are available and the money available for which an SI issued, a social instrument issued, is expiring in less than 30 days from now, and the people concerned will walk away, the companies will walk away with over 600 billion money worth of gold taxes. The same companies never paid any VAT. That's what I'm Speaker. I'm talking about export taxes, 600 billion, VAT over 200 billion. Are we proceeding well to allow the Minister to come here and start fishing around when actually we already have big fish on a plate, Right Honorable Speaker?
If I could ask, who has the power to allow exemption? Who gave the exemption on gold? Who gave the exemption on gold?
Right, Honorable, the exemptions are largely granted by Parliament using existing laws, and they are contained in the separate provisions of law. VAT, excise duty, income tax, etc.
Honorable members, I want you to go back and read the Mining and Minerals Bill, Act, which gave the Minister of Energy powers. Whether those powers are being misused or not, that's what we need to find out. Government Chief Whip, this morning I called the Minister of Energy and told the Minister of Energy to be in the House because this issue was going to come up. Can I have the Minister of Energy here? As we proceed, can I have the Minister in the House? Yes, and bring all the documentation in respect to that gold taxes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker, privy to Rule 56 of our Rules of Procedure and Rule 57, I would like to put this House on notice that I intend to move a motion.
Honorable members, maybe before Medi comes in, let's avoid the aspect of retrospective application. And the mistake we made in that bill, which is now an act, was to allow them have a retrospective application. Medi?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. As I've previously informed the House that under Rule 57, I can, with your permission, with your leave, Right Honorable Speaker, request to present a motion, and the motion I intend to present is on the welfare of serving officers, privy to the fact that, of course, security officers privy to the fact that
Honorable
with the background.
Honorable Sereko, can we have that when we are going for Prime Minister's time? I will give you space to bring your motion.
True, Right Honorable Speaker, but I just wanted to mention
I am
that
saying, please, pass it. I have allowed you, but I'm saying when it comes to Prime Minister's time, that is just what, 2 hours from now. Can we have got the next item?
Item 5, Bill second reading, the Value Added Tax Amendment Bill 2023.
The Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Value Added Tax Amendment Bill 2023 be read for the second time.
Is the bill seconded? Seconded by Honorable Bahati, Katesh, Sam, Eddie, Prime Minister, Avuru, the Ame, Onyetho, Achora, by the whole house, apart from and thank you. Would you love to speak a little to your motion?
Right Honorable Speaker, the object of this bill is to amend the Value Added Tax Act Cap 349 to expand the definition of electronic services, provide for a limit on input tax to activities related to output tax being accounted for, and disallow input tax credit to registered foreign supplier. Provide for the declaration of value-added tax on imported services by large unregistered persons and unregistered government entities. To provide for ZEP, RIP, in brackets, the PTA Reinsurance Company, as a listed institution and for related matters.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. Can I have the chair of the committee present a report to that effect?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I am here to present a report of the Committee on Finance, Planning and Economic Development on the Value Added Tax Amendment Bill 2023. This was referred to the committee on the 30th of March 2023 in accordance with Rule 128. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the committee considered the bill through consultations with different stakeholders and hence report. Right Honorable Speaker, with your indulgence, if you permit, I could skip the object of the bill because this has been ably done by the minister. Right Honorable Speaker, likewise, on methodology, I believe members can read this. Please allow me go straight to 4.0. Right Honorable Speaker, in the processes of processing these bills, the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development did appear before the committee to present the tax bills for the financial year 2023/2024. The Honorable Minister in his submission informed the committee that he was withdrawing the following provisions from the bill. And in particular, Clause 2, which introduces an obligation for auctioneers to account for VAT on sale of auctioned goods, and Clause B, Clause 10D YY, which sought to repeal VAT exemption to the supply of all production inputs necessary for processing of hides and skins into the finished leather products in Uganda and the supply of leather products wholly made in Uganda. But this since has been reconsidered, the part of Clause B, D, YY. Right Honorable Speaker, our observation and recommendations, domestic revenue mobilization strategy. The Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development informed the committee that the revenue strategy for financial year 2023-2024 is to continue the implementation of the domestic revenue mobilization strategy for the medium term. The DRMS contains both tax policy and tax administration reforms whose core objectives are: 1, to mobilize sufficient revenue up to a tune of 16 to about 18% of gross domestic product by end of financial year 26-27. And to provide the right incentives to support industrialization and development of domestic value chains. The ministry further noted that to reach the desired target of at least 16% of revenue to GDP in the medium term, government targets to increase revenue by at least 0.5% of GDP per year. This means that for financial year 2023-2024, governments aim to increase from 25.6 trillion, which is about 13.4% of GDP, as projected in financial year 2022-2023, to Uganda shillings 29.3 trillion, which is about 14% of GDP in financial year 2024. Hence, additional revenues of about 3.7 trillion, as demonstrated in the table below, Madam Speaker. Our recommendation, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the committee recommends that government's domestic revenue mobilization efforts be enhanced through widening of the tax base to cover the informal sector. 2, the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development should step up budgetary allocations to the Tax Policy Department and Uganda Revenue to enhance efforts to build capacity that include staffing levels, digitalization of processes, that's okay, training and research, analytical capacity in forecasting for both tax and non-tax revenues to implement the DRMS interventions. Clause 3, that is VAT charged and accounted for by non-resident producers of electronic services. The Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development informed the committee that the amendment is prompted by the need to tax non-resident persons such as eBay, Amazon, AliExpress, Netflix, Facebook, Twitter, Google, among others, who are offering services to non-taxable persons in Uganda. We had interactions with the Tax Justice Alliance Uganda, and the committee observed below as follows. A, makes a non-resident person eligible to file VAT returns for services supplied in Uganda. B, for the returns to be made, the non-resident should have supplied in Uganda services beyond the value of shillings 150 million. C, include services made to a government entity that has not registered for VAT, and that this clarifies the definition of electronic services by specifying that these are services supplied through an online or digital network by a supplier outside Uganda to a recipient in Uganda. We therefore recommend the following: that the committee recommends that the proposal charging VAT for non-residents be maintained in the bill. Commissioner General's discretion to grant an offset. The Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development informed the committee that the current law requires the Commissioner General to seek the consent of the taxable person whose offset in excess of Uganda shillings 5 million in determining whether to grant an offset or require a taxpayer to apply for a refund. All stakeholders that we interacted with, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, noted that the provision locks up funds that would ideally be injected back into the business for continuity. It deprives the taxpayer of the liberty to determine whether or not to carry forward the excess credit with their consent. The committee observes that the proposed amendment would unnecessarily deprive taxpayers of liquidity in business operations. We therefore recommend as follows: that this proposal be rejected, an amendment to give the Commissioner General the discretion to grant an offset or require a taxpayer to apply for a refund be rejected. 5.4, exemption of adult diapers, seed cake, and supply of billets. The Minister of Finance informed the committee that exempting diapers under the second schedule was for medical reasons, targeting the elderly. Currently, all types of diapers are exempted. The ministry added that the proposed change in the law aims to clarify that it is adult diapers that are treated as medical goods, but not all diapers. Right Honorable Speaker, if I may speak to this a little, as a committee, we felt that there are few categories of elderly person that use diapers, and it is really for medical reasons. No adult person would really use diapers. And therefore, we should limit this to the exemption to only for adults. One, when we allow it for even for the babies, we are going to have so many people using this, and in the end, we are going to affect the environment, and yet they are non-degradable. And two, proceed. Right Honorable Speaker,
Members, listen to the chair.
as we shall later hear, the one who's giving us a report on the alternative view argues that increasing exempting only for adults and leaving for babies, you are giving.
No, but why are you speaking to his report?
I thought I could defend at this
No,
point.
no.
Okay.
You just file yours.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the guidance. I proceed. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee therefore recommends that only adult diapers be exempted from VAT as proposed in the bill, and two, to amend the word billets to read billets. Right Honorable Speaker, I do submit.
Thank you so much, Chair.
But Right Honorable Speaker, we have a minority. With your indulgence, maybe you give us the minority. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair. I'm aware that the minority report is there. And can we have Honorable Chivumbi present the minority report?
Honorable Speaker, I have a minority report on only 2 items in the value-added tax amendment bill. And they are on diapers and on the imposition of wide and broad definition of electronic services. Right Honorable Speaker, let me start on 1, diapers. I will not go through the niceties of the provisions for to be wasted of time. We disagree with the committee for allowing imposition of tax on diapers other than adult diapers. The committee's finding that diapers are not biodegradable is not premised on any scientific evidence. There was no data furnished to the committee that the imposition of the tax would remedy the side effect of diapers on the environment. It defeats logic to rule that only adult diapers are treated as medical goods, but not all diapers. You are aware young children also suffer diarrhea and all other things, and for medical reasons, they need diapers. So you cannot exclusively say diapers are an exclusive need for only adult diapers. I know that in this country, some chairpersons of some political parties, especially my friend Ken, is fairly old, may need a diaper, but we leave it at that. So that's maybe why you are pushing for this.
There is an order from Imat here. Imat, give you your order.
Right Honorable Speaker, is it in order for Honorable Mwanga Kivumbi, whom I labor to train to make excellent presentation, makes us a rare statement that all elderly persons use diapers or whatever it is? Is it in order when he knows very well there are quite a number of people here over 60 years and they are not using diapers? And there are others who could be 70, 80 years who are not using diapers. And it's very clear that diapers is used for medical purposes. Unless you can prove that the leader of those parties have medical issues, then you can quote it on the floor of parliament. Are you in order to impute bad medical motives on people who may be quite healthy. Are you in order?
Honorable Shadow Minister of Finance, the diapers we are talking about is a necessity for especially the elders who are not well. It is not for everybody. You see, Much Cecilia here, Miss Uganda, she's not on diapers. She's very okay. These are what is a necessity for medical purposes, not just for pleasure, like the one of babies. For babies, for us, it is for working mothers like Anne, like Christine, because they don't want to wash nappies. You all grew up without diapers. It was on a nappies. Now today you're saying diapers, diapers.
Right Honorable Speaker, I consider, you know, Right Honorable Speaker, before I became a Shadow Minister for Finance, I was the Shadow Minister for Internal Affairs. One day I had an interesting debate with one general who put me aside and said, "You Chivumbi, you are questioning people moving with these toilets. Don't you know that stuff is classified?" No, I leave it at
No,
that.
I already told you that you are not in order. Leave the elders.
So, Right Honorable Speaker,
Go straight to your point.
let me stick to my point of diapers. But I've considered on what? You be very careful. Right Honorable Speaker, first and foremost, if VAT is to be waived on diapers on medical grounds, all age brackets should qualify because all persons are susceptible to sickness regardless of age or status in life. Some individuals might be chronically ill or disabled, but not adults, as envisaged under the amendment. The amendment does not even define who qualifies as an adult, does not define who qualifies for an adult diaper. Nevertheless, favoring one category of patients against others will be non-reasonable because young and old are all patients. Secondly, the minister's effort.
Honorable, the babies are not patients.
No, but babies fall sick.
No. Do you know what you're talking about?
I know. I buy them.
No,
I have
ma'am.
younger children.
Diapers, we are talking about diapers that they use on babies vis-a-vis using on elders. Okay, finish your report.
So, Right Honorable Speaker. Secondly, the minister's efforts for revenue mobilization should be balanced with the market realities, whereby the use of diapers by all age brackets whenever required is hygienic and convenient for caregivers, including mothers. This has drastically reduced cases of infection resulting from improper handled nappies, as the case was before the emergence of diapers on Ugandan market. This is the modern world. We cannot stay living in medieval times. Because my grand and grandmother used nappies, then we must in this age use nappies. That is not really a scientific way to modernize effort society. So for us, this is a debate between modernizers and those who want to stay in the old age.
It is also a debate between getting money to finance your budget, where you're going to say tomorrow you have bad roads, you have no hospitals, you have floods in your area, vis-a-vis the modernity where you want to have.
Yeah, Right Honorable Speaker, and I appreciate that, but this is the house that the other day exempted prostitutes and now wants to impose a tax on diapers. There is a moral question in such a setting. Right Honorable Speaker, my bone of contention that let us say and move the modern way, encourage more people in the villages, in the communities to embrace modernity than going on to make diapers more expensive. The same people, the same people you tax vipers are the ones you pay, who pay as you earn. are the ones who go to the market and buy goods, value-added tax. So please, this is the same bracket. You are eroding away savings and causing a health hazard. Right Honorable Speaker, if you want money, you also pay tax. Right Honorable Speaker, wide definitions on definition of electronic media. Right Honorable Speaker, the amendments defines the term electronic media that are subject to VAT to mean services supplied through an online digital network by a supplier from a place of business outside Uganda to a recipient in Uganda, including website, web hosting, remote maintenance of programs and equipment, software and updating of software, images, taxes and information, access to databases, self-education packages, music, film, games, including games of chance, political. This is where I have issues. Political, cultural, artistic, sporting, scientific, and other broadcasting and events, including television, advertising platforms, stream platforms, and subscription-based services, cab hailing services, cloud storage, data warehousing, and any other service as the minister may by statutory instrument determine. This definition harbors far-reaching implication that is likely to result in political abuse, unwanted restriction on civic liberties, and a sharp decline in the use and demand for technology products and services. The definition seems to cover even those platforms and services that are accessed free of charge online. However, how would you then charge VAT, someone VAT, over services accessed for no cost? For instance, live streaming on social media and other platforms, artistic work, crowd storage, citizens journalism, especially encompassing topical political issues and self-educating program packages, among others. Additionally, there is a higher likelihood of abuse of power granted to the minister to define whatever amounts to electronic services, which squarely usurps parliamentary legislation. Right Honorable Speaker, we don't intend in our recommendation that all items be deleted for VAT. It is only those that we question. For example, reject parts of the definition, namely 4, 5, 7, 6, X1 is 11 and 13. Since they practically delimit civic liberties and technological advances. We are saying political. What do you mean by political? Live streaming. Right Honorable Speaker, if I want to live stream to somebody outside, I've paid data. I cannot live stream without personally having data. Therefore, you are not going to charge the other person. We are fearing that this, as we go towards the campaign, may be used to curtail civic liberties. I beg and rest my case.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Katesh.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to address myself to clause 3 on the taxation of electronic services. Right Honorable Speaker, the recommendation is to support the proposal.
Which recommendation? We have 2 reports which are informative.
From the committee.
Okay.
But I needed clarification from the committee and the ministry. In the same VAT Act, second schedule, we have got exempted services like the supply of educational services, supply of medical services. These are exempted by law. Now, if I'm going to get these services electronically, for example, telemedicine, you have provided that you should pay VAT, but in the same VAT Act, you have exempted under the second schedule. How do you intend to deal with this. I believe that if we are to take this proposal forward, maybe at committee stage, we should be able to provide an exclusion list for the services that we felt are important to be exempted so that they are not captured.
Chair,
Second,
Chair, first of all, I need to be helped. It's saying this, what we deleted in the income tax, saying it consequential. It is almost the same. Where we said we need to do more study. Saying that the same? What was brought by Honorable Nsereko?
Right, Honorable Speaker, then we are in the income tax bill. This one is actually about supplies within the VAT Act. So they are quite different.
Okay.
my second comment, Right Honorable Speaker, is that we need to understand the tax incidence of this proposal. Tax incidence depends on the relative supply, the relative price elasticity of demand and supply. We are targeting to tax eBay, Amazon, Facebook, as has been listed. The clarification I want to seek from the ministry is, who is going to be, how are you going to enforce this? Most of these companies are not resident here. The services are electronic. Who is going to issue the invoice? Who is going to pay? Because that's very important for us to determine the ultimate burden on whom it is going to fall. If you are going to buy services online, there is a price that has been stipulated by the supplier. He is not resident here. He is not going to issue an invoice and deduct and make a return to Uganda. How do you intend to correct this? I think that clarification would help us appreciate how this measure would be implemented by the tax authority.
Thank you, Chair. Can you first give us a clarification on that? Chair, Minister, anybody from the front bench?
Right Honorable, I think we need to appreciate the fact that we are experiencing a wave of technological advancements today. In fact, a number of businesses are migrating online. And as this happens, the solutions are also being found online, including measures for taxing various transactions. So the URA, therefore, has the capacity to collect this money via online systems. And we need to appreciate that fact, really, because as business migrates to go online, we have to equally migrate. If we don't do that, then we are not going to be able to raise our tax to GDP ratios from the current 13%. We have to move in tandem with the changes in global business systems.
Ajat.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to comment on the two issues, the issue of diaper and the issue of excessive put of VAT on online use. Diapers seems to be a matter of class, whether for adults or children. The people in the remote areas, whether they're adults, they'll not be able to utilize diapers because they'll not be able to afford them even when you remove taxes. You know, a big part of our population lives under subsidiary life. They live on subsistence life. So they won't be able to access diapers. I want to move this house to either remove VAT wholesomely so that we actually encourage people to run away from use of nappies to using diapers, and also save the energies of women who take a lot of time washing nappies into effective use. All put diapers all throughout. We just put a homosexual bill here, and you know for a fact that the biggest number of people that use diapers for adults are actually homosexuals. So when you say diapers for adults, you're going to benefit at a bigger extent homosexuals. Right, Honorable Speaker, I would like to move my colleagues to either say no VAT on diapers wholesomely, or we put diapers to all people who use VAT to all people who use diapers, because it is class. The adults that can afford diapers use them. Those who can't afford them, they don't use them. My mother died recently and she was using diapers. But my friend's mother will not be able to use diapers because they cannot afford. That's one. Two, on the issue of internet, Right Honorable Speaker, we just finished the Women's Day, and our theme was encouraging women to go technology, start using IT. The biggest part of our population actually has not been able to appreciate the use of technology. We are just encouraging them. We just changed our education curriculum. People are now trying to see how they can use IT. Even in schools, I have seen schools that now give lectures on using the IT. Now you are, because that's also live streaming. So people are going to do live streaming while educating. You're going to put a VAT on them. Right, Honorable Speaker, it doesn't serve us well at the time when we're encouraging people to use information technology and at the same time impose tax on them. We shall be self-defeating our actions. I beg that this House throws out the two proposals given to us by the chair.
Katesh?
Right, Honorable Speaker, when we are in this House discussing issues of taxation, we are basically doing two things. We are either levying taxes or removing taxes. We have to manage our appetite with recommendations to remove taxes. The issue of the diapers, my honorable colleague who is recommending that we remove VAT on all the diapers, the implication of that proposal, we have not examined it. We are struggling with our tax base. The adult diapers, the recommendation they have brought, for me, I think by the time an adult wears a diaper, most of the times it is arising out of a medical situation. And that's why they are recommending that they be exempted. Going to extend it to everybody, we are going to wipe out our tax base. So I would like to request colleagues that we consider
Maybe
this.
can we first find out how much would we collect from the diapers from young children? How much?
Right, Honorable, the figure is 2.6 billion, about that.
Thank you. Katesh, finish.
So I would like to say that I know that, of course, members need to appreciate that by the time we have the adults buying adult diapers, it is as a result of a recommendation out of a medical situation that is arising. Let us keep this revenue, and in future, I believe that as we grow our manufacturing base, maybe we shall get manufacturers manufacturing these diapers here, and it will help us to reduce the cost. I beg to submit.
Imat Cecilia.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I'm sure everybody is anticipating that I will ask for tax waiver on the adult diaper. It is true because it is well defined. That is for medical purposes. And I think that one, whether you like it or not, I think we need to support the elderly. So, right, Honorable Speaker, I want to be on record that I support anything medical for our elderly population. However, our responsibility, right, Honorable Speaker, sometimes we have to speak like preachers. Preachers don't like to speak about tithes, because they know when you talk about tithes, they say you want our money. But for us, we have to be like preachers, because if we don't get taxes, how do we manage what we call service delivery? I'm now speaking like somebody who has got some mathematics in my system. I'm talking about the revenue side and the expenditure side. Now, if I have appetite for expenditure side and I don't have appetite for the revenue side, how am I going to balance my accounting? So I think, Right Honorable Speaker, it is a matter of sensitization. People are blaming Parliament, that Parliament is overspending. Parliament is not. Where we are supposed to be restrained, let us be. But when it comes to taxing babies, pampers, I think we ladies, I lived in the past. And for us who are using nappies, which we had to wash. Now, you are not washing. You are using this one. So pay for it. Pay for it. Pay for it. Yes, listen, pay for it. We were willing to wash yours. Now you also suffer for not paying for it. Yes, I think, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to conclude by saying we must have appetite. Parliament must be strategic in raising money in order to manage our service delivery. I beg to submit.
And honorable members, let's not play to the gallery. Our work is to raise money to run this country. Now, if we are going to play to the gallery and say, for us, we didn't want these taxes, it is so and so wanted it, we need money. The potholes in Kampala are too much. Now, you cannot fix those potholes because you've refused to do it. I mean, we need the money to do that. Not everybody can contribute, but those ones who say they can be able to afford diapers like Anne can be the ones to help us. Honorable member, there's a clarification. Look, before you come in, there's a clarification I need from Honorable Voro on each of these on digital. Give me a clarification on each of them. What are they? What does it entail? How does it affect students, the population? How much tax are we going to collect?
Right, Honorable Speaker, whereas I would really love to give that clarification and even go far to how much we will collect. I think right now I'm not in position. I would rather request that the minister comes and gives that clarification. Yes. But let me get
my thinking, Honorable Voro, instead of going through all this, you now look at online marketing like Jumia, you look at online advertising, online streaming, those ones, the Amazons and whichever. But you cannot bring all this. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Right, Honorable, first I want to bring to the attention of the House that this is actually not a new provision. All we are doing is to provide further clarity on what these electronic services that we're referring to actually covers. Section 16 of the Principal Act actually gives the details, but which we thought were not sufficient enough. And this is why we are providing further clarity. And in taxation, clarity is of essence. And that's what we are doing.
Procedure.
For example,
Procedure. Madam Speaker, the other day, when we were looking at the Income Tax Act, and you brought up the point, we did exempt these items that are listed here in the income tax law. Now, if we have, and you remember you asked us to go with the Serekwa, the Attorney General, to go and meet the real Attorney General, not this one. We went behind there, Madam Speaker.
The person in the house is the Attorney General.
I mean the one who was there that day, the one you sent us to meet. He's not here. So, Madam Speaker, in that discussion, we came back and I reported here and agreed with the Attorney General that please, I think you need some time to do more research. And we gave them time on these very issues. So for us to proceed, I don't know if you're moving right, to bring back on another type of tax.
No, he says it is on the Principal Act. Let him give us the clarification. Let him give us the information. Then we'll make a decision on that.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable, for the wise ruling. In the Principal Act, we already had these provisions, as I mentioned. And all we are doing is actually to provide clarity. In fact, we are talking about providers of these services who are domiciled elsewhere. And I do not understand why one would not appreciate the fact that these should be paying VAT. The other day we are talking about income tax, and now we are talking about VAT. They two have different applications. So we are now talking about VAT, including input and output taxes on value added. So surely, I think this should be taxed. Please allow me make
Can I make a clarification? Can I make a clarification on this? The good thing you and me.
How do you determine that person who is outside Uganda?
They are all over. They are known online because we are operating online. This world has become a global village. You know, this is the transformation that I was talking about.
Yes, Mehdi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I think what I want to shed more light on is that just like the other time, Honorable Minister, we are talking about the implication of this tax. Yes, it had a sweeping application and the definition was vague in the Principal Act. But it's true, definitely, VAT is passed on to you. The other ones just help government collect. They are collectors of VAT. They just factor the component and they tell you VAT inclusive. You understand what I'm saying? So to be precise, you're taxing your own local person doing the ad here because they are what? Pardon? So principally, the minister cannot shy away from saying that he is taxing these people because the burden is passed on to this person, to the consumer, because they'll prescribe for you a price plus VAT. Now, the argument that was from this side was that I pay all taxes on bundles. When I'm in the bundles, the internet bundles that I use, then I access it for purposes of education. Then I use it for marketing, one of the most expensive bundles in the region. Then later, after going for a package to advertise, because probably I failed to get workspace, etc. Oh, I want to study. Or I want to, let's talk of cloud computing. I want to store my data in a cloud somewhere for safety. I have a lot of data here. Probably I have your data. I'm a bank. I have your data. I'm a small startup. I've started a website and I want my services hosted somewhere in order to be secure. Now, I'll pass it on to those big players, DigitalOcean, Amazon, whosoever it may be. They host and keep my data in that cloud. When they host and keep my data there, they'll charge me plus VAT. So the impact of VAT is already known, 100%, that its incident is on the consumer. And these companies, wherever they are, they only help you collect it and pass it on to you. Now, the argument, wherefore, because when we come to legislate on taxation is, do you want to promote more digital inclusivity or not? Two, Do you want to promote the young people who have failed to pay rent and they are trying to find their feet outside there to run their businesses online and get exposure or not? Or your sole aim here is to hunt for tax wherever it is, even if it breaks everyone so that you survive. That's the argument.
Honorable
yes.
Speaker, for the benefit of Honorable Sereko, not everybody that is consuming these services is actually a final consumer. In fact, there are so many big companies that are consuming these services. It's not necessarily this small person consuming the service. You need to note that this definition has been the law, as I mentioned earlier. And digital services have hitherto been taxed. In fact, the providers of these services, whom we are taxing today, already we're taxing today, include the Amazon, eBay, and the others. And they're actually complying due to issues relating to reputational risks. They are complying. In fact, according to URA, for now, 350 million shillings is collected monthly. So now, including others who are providing electronic services, such as cab hailing, cloud storage, data warehousing, will not be a bad thing, really. You should agree with me. And these are not products that are consumed by the ordinary people that you are referring to. They are people who have the competence to actually pay this tax, and then they can transfer it, because many of them are actually VAT registered.
Honorable Minister, the issue here is not, and that was what we were talking about, the argument against the tax, that it's a deterrent to growth. Let's go slowly. Of course, URA can afford for this VAT to be passed on to it because it won't even pay it. You understand what I'm saying? Actually, someone else will end up paying for URA. Ministry of Finance has its data hosted somewhere, and I'm privy to this. And it won't feel the impact. But I am saying there is this young guy trying to set up a website.
Yes.
Setting up a website now is as cheap as $30. But having your servers and data hosted somewhere will attract a cost. And these services, probably, we might not have the full capacity to host them. Now, if you want it that way, then move with threshold. You understand what I'm saying? So that, listen, Honorable Minister, because if you're saying that ultimately those that are meant to have the incident of this tax are the big players, then what of the small players? So it will be discriminatory. And you're talking about 350 million shillings per month is 3.5 billion a year.
Madam Speaker.
Clarification?
Honorable members. Honorable Angora.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Honorable
Madam
members,
Speaker.
honorable members, what Honorable Chivumbi is saying is that we remove 4 of what is listed in the Principal Act. We remove 5, we remove 7, 9, 11, and 13. The committee has suggested others. So when we remove that, we still have what was suggested, and it will be good to go.
Thank you
Yes.
very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, colleagues, what I want you people to know is that non-concessional funding is starting to deteriorate.
it is incumbent upon us, as advised by partners globally who've been supporting us, that we should widen our tax base. We should start looking for areas that we think can generate revenue for us if we are able to handle the challenges of the physical deficits that we continue to experience. And on that note, for us to be able to finance our recurrent and development budgets, we need to start collecting money from these agencies that are doing business here. So, Madam Speaker, in the interest of widening the tax base for which we are being blamed that we are benefiting and others are not benefiting, I hereby propose that we go to committee stage. Thank you very much.
Clarification?
There isn't. I can hear my brother from the NRM side proposing that by
There is one chair in the house.
thank you. That by hook or crook,
There is a chair in the house. Can you all sit? Honorable members, there's a motion on the floor. Is a motion seconded? Seconded by, I move the motion. Honorable Angora, move a motion.
Madam Speaker, I hereby move a motion that we go to the committee stage.
Is a motion seconded by Honorable Anifa, by Rastaman, Pius, Ame, Achora, Linda, Musa, Max, the whole house. Thank you. Honorable members, when we are talking about taxation, when you say we should not tax this, give me the alternative. Give me the alternative where we should be able to get the money. And I have said, don't come and play to the gallery. Next. The motion was moved. Honorable members, I put a question that the value added tax amendment bill 2023 be read for the second time. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. Guys have it.
The value added tax amendment bill 2023, bills committee stage.
These things going on and we are there hiding. Yes,
Clause 1.
I put a question that clause 1 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. Guys have it.
Clause 2.
Clause 2.
Madam Chair,
Chair, in clause 2, we move an amendment to the value added tax that the clause be deleted. The justification, the auctioneer should not be treated as the owner of the goods they auction.
Honorable Chivumbi on clause 2.
Right Honorable Speaker, in a spirit of give and take, we propose that we remove 4, 5, and 7.
We have not reached there. Clause 2. Clause 2. No,
Madam Chair.
clause 2.
Right, Honorable
Auctioneers.
Speaker. Clause 2 actually was withdrawn, and on account of withdrawal, we recommended that it should be deleted.
Clause 2 was withdrawn by the minister. When you look at the report from the minister, clause 2 was withdrawn, and 10, minister. Honorable Musa, when you're at committee, you don't bring procedures. Now we are on real legislation.
Madam Chair, we reconsidered this matter. And the position that that the ministry should delete this item was actually dropped. So the current position is that we maintain what is in the bill as is, because we should not be losing money in the hands of auctioneers who are auctioning goods, both for the
You want
services
to maintain the law as it was.
as it is provided in the bill.
I mean, it is as it is provided in the bill.
Exactly.
Honorable
Madam
Chivumbi,
Chair.
a member of the committee.
On the
Honorable Chivumbi.
Right Honorable Chair, auctioneers work for someone. Okay, when I auction and pass, an auctioneer have to sell your vehicle, okay, will pass all the money to you. Yes, when I do auction for you and I auction and sell your product, I pass on all the money to you. I only get my own fee. A percent, no. Which for you are saying is that money that is the auctioneer earns should be taxed on income tax. I'm not very radical on it, but you are dealing with VAT, not income.
No, we are on VAT.
We on VAT.
Yes.
So justify how you when I've passed on the money to you, you will tax an auctioneer. That's why, Chair, when we met, sometimes going back is different. When we had a very long, elaborate discussion and he wasn't there on record.
Let him give us a
Yes, he
justification.
wasn't there. We agreed in that spirit that this was not tenable.
No, let him give
And
us
now
a
he's
justification.
changing his mind from what we agreed. The Attorney General was there, the Minister of Finance was there, all the experts of URA were there. We agreed to delete this provision.
Let him give us a justification as why he wants it to be maintained.
Yeah, the position that was expressed at that time has been reviewed by the ministry. And since we now have the opportunity to come on this table, we are giving our final position on this matter. What we are talking about here.
You reviewed it after realizing you're not able to collect all the money you need.
After we realized that there was a mistake in the decision we took at the committee level. Yeah, and now we have the opportunity to actually legislate. And we are coming to this house to indicate that these auctioneers, actually there are two issues here. Number one, the services provided by the person auctioning the goods. The second, actually the goods that are being auctioned. And we are talking about VAT on the two. There's no justification why you would exempt an auctioneer or the goods that are being auctioned when all other people are paying VAT. It was just an omission. They should have been taxed from day one.
Yes,
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Probably the Honorable Minister, after revisiting his position, should be very clear to this House of Parliament. I don't know whether this House has insolvency practitioners. You'll know, for example, that auctioning is various. The auctioning of a warehouse owner is different from that of an insolvent practitioner. If you are rendering the service of an insolvency practitioner, you're actually auctioning an insolvent company or individual. Do you want to give a distinction on who actually want to tax? Or whether you decipher between auctioning for an insolvent and a warehouse or a merchant owner? The Land Attorney General would really, I don't know whether you're one of the practitioners, but this I know you have knowledge. Does the minister recognize the difference? That we simply do not legislate widely.
Yes, Honorable Katesh.
Madam Chair, the section 4 and 18 of the VAT Act already covers
Section what?
4 and 18 covers puts VAT on the services of the auctioneer. What we are looking at now, Madam Chair, is that the goods being auctioned by the auctioneer actually would amount to a normal, you can equate it to a normal sale of goods. So the question is, why wouldn't you add VAT on the goods being sold? I want to suppose the proposal, Madam Chair, because if you are auctioning this, if you are auctioning a chair and you put VAT, and I'm selling a chair on the market and I put VAT, it brings equality in the market. So I want to convince my colleague, Honorable Chivumbi, that this is a proposal that we should support, because it will yield some good revenue.
AG.
Right, Honorable Chair, allow me just to give clarity or distinction to what the Right Honorable Leader of Opposition stated. He has limited the definition of auction to insolvency. Yes, and here we are proposing to give it a wider definition and say whoever is doing an auction is a supplier, and that is the service he's offering. That's what the bill is proposing. It could be an auction as a result of a court order. It could be an auction from not necessarily insolvency, but any auctioneer doing an auction should be considered as a supplier for purposes of this amendment.
Honorable members, when you look at clause 18 on taxable supply, it talks about the same thing. I put a question that clause 2 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. Let's have it.
Clause 3.
Clause 3.
Chair, clause 3, we have an amendment in paragraph B, and the amendment is to delete the proposed 4B. The justification is that for Parliament to retain the power to prescribe the rules of determining electronic services delivered to a person in Uganda.
Honorable Chivumbi.
Right, Honorable, I have a submission on clause 3. Okay.
Chair, clause 3, we move that we delete 4, 5, 7, and 8, which effectively.
Honorable Chivumbi, You moved ahead. Now, what the committee is saying, they want to remove 4B. Where they say the minister may by statutory instrument prescribe the rules of determining that the electronic services are delivered to Uganda, to a person in Uganda. You're giving too much powers to the minister.
That one is okay. That's 3B.
3B. 4B.
That is 4B.
4B.
The B in the bill. And I do have an objection? No. No, we have no objection, right?
You know, 3 was deleted.
Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Are you agreeable with the committee's decision?
I agree with the committee's position because, right, Honorable Chair, the danger we are having on these exemptions, the ministers who are doing it as they wish and come here with a postmortem. The power to exempt solely lies with the Parliament, and we must call back and retain this power.
Honorable Minister, are you in agreement with the committee's position?
No, we actually not in agreement with the proposal that we should delete this because the committee is saying that we should delete. Here we are talking about statutory instruments, and ordinarily ministers are the ones that issue statutory instruments. That has been the practice. Yes, delegated by Parliament, I agree. And you have continuously delegated ministers to do so within the ambit of the law that we have provided. And here we are talking about rules, which is largely administrative and administrative.
But don't we first determine who has the powers?
We recognize, Madam Chair, that it is the House that has power.
Then we shall delegate to the minister.
Then you delegate us, and we are here to request to be delegated those powers.
Right, Honorable Chair, you've been speaking earlier that you need to limit where we lose revenue. These exemptions is where we have lost revenue. My side has been on record saying exemptions are hemorrhaging this country, and ministers have issued these exemptions after the other and bring it here as a postmortem. We want to recall those powers.
Are you in agreement with the committee?
Madam Chair, there was an earlier harmonization, and we agreed with the committee position that subclause 34B be deleted.
Thank you. That is okay. I put a question that committee's proposal be adopted by this House. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it. We now go to the part of 3C. 3C of Honorable Chivombe.
Right, Honorable Chair, our proposal is that 5, section 5, subsection 5, 4, 5, 7, and
subsection 4, 5,
7,
5 and 7,
and the 1 and 13, any other service of the minister may by statutory instrument determine. We are saying, yeah, we are saying this one gives a wide range of powers to the minister. We are saying still this is parliamentary.
Because you've already deleted it.
Yes.
Thank you.
The one you're talking 13 is not about the powers. 13 is about what will be determined that is taxable.
Madam Chair, in this to bring the entire country to be part of the legislation we are doing. To be precise, the proposal by Minister of Finance is to levy VAT on self-education packages. And we are saying, no, it will hinder education. Okay, that is 5. So that you're in tandem with what we want to delete. And this House proposes to say, no, it will be an hindrance to education and research. Then the other one is political, cultural, artistic, sporting, scientific, and broadcasts, and other broadcasts and events. You understand, honorable members, is that science is very integral. That's one of the reasons we even increased the remuneration of our science teachers. So access to data, to scientific knowledge is also quite integral and important. The rest, for now, we can go on and say we can, accommodate, but hosting services, even for websites that are education related, that are meant to foster education, I think we should be hard on this and say, no, there is a limit in sub-clause 1, where we have websites, web hosting, or remote maintenance of programs and equipment. But those meant for education purposes should be excluded for our young people to access information, but also boost education.
Thank you. Katesh?
Madam Speaker and colleagues, this area, first of all, there is an international moratorium against taxation of software and intangibles. Many years back, when I was a tax officer, a lot of software that would arrive through the normal importation charges no longer takes place because people are now using the cloud. Technology knows no borders, and we are losing a lot of revenue. I want to implore our colleagues that this is a provision we should support because locally, the people who are providing these services electronically are already paying. So let us support this proposal. The only concerns that I would raise would be on administration. But I think there is a lot of money that we are collecting from here, and we should allow, given the fact that we are already losing revenue, we are not, there is a lot of IPR protection. We are not developing our own technology. We are consumers of technology, and the people who are selling us this technology are getting away with taxation. So we should allow this provision. It is a big revenue measure that can actually benefit us.
Honorable Minister, can I find out, is access self-education packages, are they part of education services?
Of course.
Right Honorable, self-education are part of education.
Now,
but I think the argument.
Now, if they are part of education, when you look at the second schedule, exempt supplies, that is exempted, meaning you should get it out. Get it out. Yes.
Right Honorable Chair, this is why I was proposing a middle ground, that we look at the second schedule where we have specific services that are exempted, like on education and medical, and provide an exclusion or remove it. But it is a very big catchment for us to target and delete so many, yet there is a lot of revenue. So I would propose, Right Honorable Speaker, Chair, that we remove education and anything to do with medical, but allow the rest.
Let's have respect on when one person is speaking, the other one waits.
Clarification.
Honorable members, we are going to remove what is on the exempt supplies. We must reconcile what is here and what is on the exempt, and that should not be taxable. Yes, Karim.
Thank you, Chair. Still, when you look at what they are proposing,
things like advertisements, still there.
It is on the exempt. That's what
Yes,
I'm
on
saying.
the second
Let's reconcile on
So we
what is
need
on the exempt.
to remove all those that are.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Madam Chair, I want to submit as follows. Whereas we have that exemption already provided for in the second schedule, we must be akin to the fact that education, if you look at our budget, this human capital development is actually the biggest consumer in our budget. Now, when we choose to tax something so small within the sector, really, we are getting the sector to contribute to our tax base. We have provided a wide range of exemptions into the education sector.
Honorable Minister, you do not bring amendment to the second schedule. You cannot amend things in a piecemeal. You have not amended the second schedule, which talks about education, which talks about health, which talks about microfinance. Now, how are you going to amend one part and yet you're not amending the schedule?
Madam Chair, there is something on software update. And I'm telling you, you're legislating things you may regret. How many times do you have software update on your phone alone?
Honorable Minister.
On a give and take basis, we can concede on education and allow the rest.
Thank you. Yes.
Let
me first hear from the shadow. Let me hear from the shadow on what he has considered on. Then you come with yours. You know the beauty of being a shadow minister, you have all the powers.
Right, Honorable Chair. I think we agreed if we do away with 4, 5, 7.
Let's go one by one.
Let's go one by one,
Yes.
because some people may say, no.
No, we've already,
4,
we are done with the 5.
4 is on access to database.
We are done with the 5.
Okay.
Let's
5,
go back.
we are done with 5.
Yes.
7 is where it is very ambiguous, and I don't know who has an interest. Is where it says political, cultural, artistic, sporting, scientific. It's been there in the law, we know. But the question is, for long, there was a very unfair law that I went to court to challenge, but it was there in the law until I challenged it. Now that we know this can be abused on civic liberties, explain to me what you mean by political. Let's not go for ambiguous legislation. We need clarity on legislation. You brought here this law for purposes of clarity. So you are saying political, cultural, artistic, sporting, scientific, that is too general a provision to carry and can be subject on a bad day, and it can hurt you and me, and you never know why, when and why you are hurt. So we are saying, we are saving, delete. And then the other one,
Honorable Haj, it has been in the law.
Yes, it has been in the law.
And has it hurt anybody in any way?
Honorable Chair,
No, we need to understand.
so many laws that you and me have over time challenged, we find them on the book. So once we detect,
you want us to remove
once
this?
we detect an absurdity, it's the duty of this house to remove that absurdity. So the fact that it is in the law, there is an absurdity, and on a bad day, it can be abused. So we are saying, having detected it now, and it can be abused on another day, not only for me.
Can we look at these aspects one by one? Because you cannot say sporting, you're not going to.
Let's remove political and cultural. Yes, and religious. Culture and religious, and we leave the rest.
There is a submission here.
Chair, we cannot remove cultural because then it will open for all products of all cultures in the world to come and sell here cheaply. So this is a this is VAT. VAT is a consumptive tax. You consume advertising services of other cultures, and you don't expect us to charge you. Let's not remove. And even political, let it stay.
Let's say, yes.
Chair, with a lot of due respect, my friend, I think we are just worried about the word political. But if you look at this measure, the danger of removing it is that you are going to lose a lot of revenue from broadcasters on cultural, artistic, political events online. And no, what there are services you are going to consume here. And what we are saying is that someone who is providing these services electronically, a non-resident, we should charge VAT. I don't see the problem with it. No. The residents, right, Honorable Chair, are already subject to tax when they provide these services online. Now we are trying to actually equalize because you are targeting a non-resident.
Honorable, you know the problem, eh? A problem, everybody wants to speak on this. Now, when Katesh, who is an authority in taxation, is in collecting taxes.
Right, Honorable Chair. No, right.
Can we?
Right, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Nsereko, you.
Right, Honorable Chair. Right, Honorable Chair. We need to read, Honorable Chair, we need to read this proposal in context. If you look at what we are proposing in A, it says electronic services means services supplied through an online or digital network by a supplier from a place of business outside Uganda to a recipient in Uganda, including political, culture, sporting, scientific, and other broadcasts and events, including television. So it is important that we widen the base of definition because actually most of the services are under political, are under culture, are under sporting. And if we are really talking about revenue generation, then this is a best definition that you can have. And I propose, Madam Chair, I propose that at this time, yes.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The issue that is on table for clarification, there is a web service provider, we all know, Facebook, who has been offering a service to Uganda. Uganda used this technology to block him, but I know there are Ugandans who are still accessing it. Now, when we bring up these taxes and Ugandans pay for these products expensively to these service providers, and the service providers are expected to remit a tax, yet one of them who was blocked using our technology still still provides that service. Aren't we just going to lose some of this money? I'm speaking towards compliance.
Honorable members.
What will the compliance?
Honorable members, I am going to put a question one by one. On one website, those in favor say on the control name. Guys have it. 2, software and update of software. Those in favor say guys have it. Image, text, and information. Those the eyes have it. Access to data.
Madam Speaker, on access.
The eyes have it. Self-education. Nose have it. The nose have it. Music, film, games, including games for chances. The eyes have it. 7. Political culture at the eyes have it. advertising platform. The ayes have it. Streaming platforms. The ayes have it. Live streaming. Cab hailing. The ayes have it. Cloud storage.
Proceed
The
here.
ayes have it. Data.
Proceed here,
hardware.
Right Honorable.
The ayes have it.
We do-
And any other service.
Proceed.
I put a question
No.
that 3 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and contrary nay.
No.
The ayes have it.
Clause 3 as amended.
Order.
Clause 3 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and contrary nay.
Order.
The
Order.
ayes have it.
Clause 4.
Order.
Honorable Nsereko,
Order.
if you have a challenge,
Order.
you can,
I can't go to court. I'm proposing a point of order.
you first sit.
Order.
Clause 4,
Order.
clause 4.
Order. We can't tax so-
Clause 4 has no amendment. I put a question that
Order.
clause 4 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 5.
Clause
Shame
5.
on you don't know what you're legislating. So where is?
Clause
you-
5.
5.
No.
Amendment of section 31A
You can't
of the
just say
Principal
aye.
Act.
Clause 5.
Making this parliament rubbish. Order.
7 and 9. I mean, rule
Clause
5.
5. Clause 5. The committee is making an amendment to delete and the
You can't
justification.
just shout for
The
purpose.
returns are already being filed under the current section.
Honorable Chivumbi.
Destroying technology.
Honorable Chivumbi,
I concede.
you concede? I put a question that Honorable Minister.
Chair, the mover is actually not conceding.
Pardon?
We are not conceding on this matter.
Clause 5.
Doesn't understand.
What Honorable Chivumbi, are you hearing? He is not conceding.
On procedure, I think the honorable minister needs to really come clean. Where we are conceding and agreeing with the committee, these were consensus building processes, strenuously built over 4 days with both the executive and the attorney general and the committee. Now, Honorable Golovi, to come here, who was not even present, to come here and attempt now to say, I have a different view. Well, I find it extraordinarily unusual.
Honorable Minister, clause 5. The committee is in agreement. What is your position? Attorney General?
Madam Chair, following our earlier harmonization, the committee, our office and the ministry, we concede to the deletion.
Thank you. I put a question that clause 5 be deleted as proposed. Those in favor say and contrary nay. The ayes have it. Ajat,
Clause 6.
Ajat, I'm surprised you can be the one shouting no.
Right, Honorable Speaker. It is
You know, we
because-
missed you. Welcome back.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Clause
There are
6.
issues for
Clause
recommittal,
6.
Right Honorable
Six,
Speaker.
Right
When
Honorable
we bring
Speaker.
them to your attention, Right Honorable
We
Speaker.
can do it
Honorable
in the next
Speaker, protect
financial
me.
year. Clause 6.
Clause 6, Right Honorable Speaker, we are moving for an amendment for deletion. And the justification is to retain the consent of the taxpayer to apply their refunds to other tax liabilities.
Clause 6. Honorable Chivumbi,
We concede.
Minister.
We concede.
I put a question that clause 6 be deleted as proposed. Those in favor say the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 7.
I put a question that clause 7 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 8.
I put a question that clause 8 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 9.
Clause 9. I put a question that clause 9 starts part of the bill. Those in favor say the contrary nay. Let's have it.
Clause 10.
Clause 10.
Amendment.
Chair, for clause 10, we are moving amendments. A, in paragraph A, by substituting for the word subparagraph P, the words subparagraph Q. Then in B, in paragraph C, by substituting for the word billets, the word billets.
Chair, on the
Clause
word,
10.
on the word, we have no problem with change to the word to be the words as in the but to have an amendment. This is the one on diaper.
That's the one on what?
On diaper. And our view is that our amendment is that clause 10A be deleted. The full effect of it is that all diapers should be exempted.
That is
Right, sorry. Chair, I had not finished with the amendments. There is amendment C, which is in paragraph D by deleting YY. And the justification to these amendments is to provide for the correct reference and to provide the correct spelling of the word billets. And B, to reinstate the exemption on VAT for the supply of production inputs for hides and skins.
Honorable Katesh.
Chair, on part B, 2A, the supply of animal feeds, remixes, concentrates, and seed cake. I want to propose the definition to be more clear, to say supply of animal feeds, including and mixed components of animal feeds, to make sure that we protect our farmers when they are purchasing components of animal feeds before mixing, so that we don't have a crisis like we had last time, and mixed components of animal feeds.
Honorable Chibombe. It's just a definition.
Yeah, it's just the committee. I don't know whether we have any issue with it.
Do you, the chair, are you okay with that? That's okay.
Chair, I concede.
What is this in E? Deleting the word from cassava.
From the Principal Act, this had included cassava.
Honorable Minister.
I'm just trying to get the Principal Act to get what it comprises of.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
We've seen it. Is okay. It's okay.
Yeah, but since a question has been raised on the floor, this provision was referring to the supply of liquefied gas and the natural fuel, ethanol,
From cassava.
cassava.
So we are now removing from cassava, it is general.
Yeah, but that's the proposal.
Yes.
Mm.
Thank you.
But
Honorable
but
member
Honor-
says there is an amendment on
Honorable
diapers.
Chair, this is the clause 10A is where exemptions are being sought on adult diapers.
He was explaining on something different.
I'm hesitant.
We are yet to come. That's
Yes,
I'm coming
Right
back to
Honorable
A.
Chair. You see, I'm hesitant to follow Honorable Rugorobi. You will drag us and drag us and drag us because he did not attend the other meeting where we spent a lot of time.
Honorable members, honorable members. Honorable members, the issue under contention is on diapers. We have not voted. It's not again, we've not voted. He has his view. He's saying that we should exempt all the diapers. And then this side is saying we should only exempt the elderly, the Nserekos. No. Are you the only Nsereko?
Yes, here.
Not here.
Yes.
I'm meeting the Nsereko out, not you.
We can say the Rugorobis. They want to exempt themselves. Your diapers. We are saying no.
Honorable members. Honorable members, let's get a clarity from an elder.
Thank you, Right Honorable Chair. I vividly listened to the minister make submission that you see the danger, Right Honorable Chair, is that the taxes, the proposals are brought here without studies and reports. And the minister said that they anticipate to raise a paltry 2 billion from this effort across the financial year. And
2.6.
2.6 really, but it's not even mentioning the transactional cost of collecting 2.6 billion. You could find that the transactional cost is actually 2 times. So do you have the entire cost outlay of collecting 2.6 billion against what you spend on health of children that will really be affected by poor disposal, and handling without these diapers? Because 2.6 billion again is public health spending. Unless you have other information we don't have here, you are better off. You see a juxtaposition of anticipation of revenue as again a social and health cost. The cost of administration of this tax. Honorable Minister, you see, Right Honorable Speaker and Chair. The chair has information.
No, thank you. The information I want to provide is with
The honorable members listen to the information. I know all of you are very active. I can see Kirabo there. These are people who are fearing to buy diapers.
Chair, no.
I know Hajat for you or not, but Kirabo is fearing.
No, Chair, no.
Yes,
These adult diapers, Chair, could be a result of homosexuals. So if we do not tax them, we are going to be promoting homosexuality.
Chair.
Chair.
Yes.
Chair, thank you, Chair. Chair, one.
Honorable members, listen.
The one who collects the revenue on VAT simply remits. There is no question of cost there, the administrative cost. Then 2, when it comes to issue of homosexuals, Right Honorable Speaker, when we were debating this bill, we did agree that when a person, a homosexual person graduates to that level where he has to use diapers, then it is a medical issue. It's a medical issue. And therefore, it should be treated like it is an adult.
Yeah, Chair, the information I want to give.
I have not allowed you to give him information. First, wait, I have not given you space for information. Wait.
Okay.
Right Honorable Chair, let's understand each other. Would like to see government collect as much revenue as feasible. But we also don't want government to perform rituals as an attempt to collect taxes. The minister should really have provided the committee. You see, Honorable Deputy Chair, there's not a single tax anywhere without cost of administration or otherwise, be it consumption or whatever. Every tax has a cost. Probably I went to the wrong school of economics. So we need to appreciate that actually this fishing expedition will result into other costs not mentioned here. And you see, this is a tax on mothers who have not even offered mother kits. So we are adding another tax on them. Honourable Minister, you have a lot to tax. The Speaker ordered for the Minister of Energy to come and offer a position on gold. There is a lot of gold tax. If the DAP has 2 billion, go for gold. You are skirting around where the real money is. Really, this should be
Honourable members, we are talking about the diapers. We are going to get a report on the gold, and that report. Yes. Honourable members. Ross.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I'd like to inform the House that in the previous years, the African men were very fertile. But because we have decided to put our boy child in diapers, that is the reason for infertility. Therefore, it must come with their cost. You have to pay for the cost. Protection.
Chair. Honorable members, can all of you sit down? Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members, we are here. Honorable members, we are here to look for money, and wherever we can get any little money. When salary of members of parliament delays, Inserco can even box me on the road, on the steps. He's my best friend, but he's the first to attack me. Honorable members, let's look for money. Wherever we can get whatever little money. Wherever we can look to get the money. Honorable members. Honorable members, I wish you could all sit. I wish you could all sit. We cannot tax the diapers for elderly because some of them are on medical, they are necessity. Necessity. Yeah? Some of them are because of the age, the sicknesses they go through. Now, when you, because of the kind of life they go through, you cannot do that. I want to put a question. Yes, I'm putting a question.
Before you put the question, Right Honorable.
Honorable Chivumbi. Honorable Chivumbi.
Right Honorable Speaker, how will we differentiate the size? Because there are some elderly people when they age, they shrink. And they'll wear diapers fit for kids. I'm telling you. If we are to tax, let's tax everyone. If we are to exempt, let's exempt everyone.
Honorable Chivumbi, there is a clarification that is being made.
I just wanted,
We tax everyone.
Chair, Chair,
Honorable Chair.
On motion, I move an amendment that we tax everyone. Motion, Chair. We are going to concede the motion. Motion of
Honorable members,
motion.
let's tax all the diapers.
Very high. Motion, therefore motion, that's the motion.
Let's tax all.
Right, Honorable Chair, I move a motion that a question be put in lieu that we tax everyone if we are to consider the tax and not exempt the elderly.
Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. We are going to tax everybody.
Chair, you have already, we moved from that. I just wanted to clarify on the definition, just to ease tax administration. Definition 2A, supply of animal feeds, to read supply of animal feeds, including unmixed components such as eggshells, feed additives, wheat bran, maize bran, premixes, concentrates, and seed cake, to make it clear so that it's not abused.
Are you okay with it?
I have no objection.
Those in favor of the amendment from Honorable Katesh on the definition, say aye at the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Madam Chair, the chair had proposed the deletion of item D. And in a harmonization meeting, we had agreed to retain it.
Yeah, we're okay with it.
Retain, but she moved it to delete.
No,
by mistake.
no, she didn't. She didn't. She did. She did not.
No, item D, I'm referring to item
We are in
D,
agreement. We are in agreement.
that we retain.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Clause 10 as I put a question that clause 10 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor send the contrary nay. Let's have it.
Title.
I put a question that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor send the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for resumption of the House.
Honorable Minister.
I move a motion that the House do resume.
Honorable ED, can I have order?
I'm moving a motion that the House resumes. And the committee of the whole House reports there too.
I put a question that the House resumes and the committee of the whole House reports there too. Those in favor send the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Honorable members, sit.
Report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Value Added Tax Amendment Bill 2023 and made several amendments in clause 2, clause 3, clause 5, clause 6, clause 10, and other clauses.
Motion for
Thank you.
adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
I put a question that the House adopts the report of the Committee of the Whole House. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Bill third reading, the Value Added Tax Amendment Bill 2023.
Honorable Minister. Honorable
Madam
Minister.
Speaker,
Honorable members.
I beg to.
When we want to have jokes, let's have the jokes outside the house here. Let's have the jokes outside here.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the Value Added Tax Amendment Bill 2023 be read for the third time and do pass.
I put a question that the Value Added Tax Amendment Bill 2023 be read a third time and do pass. Those in favor say the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act titled the Value Added Tax Amendment Act.
The bill
2023.
passed and title settled. Next item.
Item 6, Bill second reading, the Excise Duty Amendment Bill 2023.
Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister. The exercise duty amendment.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Excise Duty Amendment Bill 2023 be read for the second time.
Is the bill seconded? Is it seconded or seconded by Honorable O.O. Ajat, Anifa, A.G., Chemonges, Olanya, Itungo, Koluo, Akelo Lucy of Amur by the whole house, Gerald Ebualu. Can you speak to your bill?
Right Honorable Speaker, the Excise Duty Amendment Bill 2023 has the object of amending the Excise Duty Act 2014 to provide for the definition of fruit juice and denatured spirits and vegetable juice, provide for the amendment of Schedule 2 to the Act and for related matters. I beg to move.
Chair of the committee, can you make brief? And I'm aware there is no minority on this one.
There is.
There is,
There is, yeah. Right,
Let's go
Honorable-
to the issues. Let's go direct to what the issue is, and then we come on what the dissenting opinion on this side.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Most obliged. I'll straight away go to 4.0. And yes, that is the committee made the following observations and recommendations on the Excise Duty Amendment Bill 2023 based on the stakeholders' views. 4.1 clause 3, the amendment of Schedule 2 to the Principal Act to reduce excise duty on alcoholic or non-alcoholic beverage locally produced other than a beverage made out of fermented sugary tea solution with a combination of yeast and bacteria. The committee, however, observed that there is need to protect existing local producers utilizing local materials. Resultantly, it was proposed that the reduction in excise duty for opaque beer should instead be extended only to producers of alcoholic or non-alcoholic beverage locally produced other than a beverage made out of fermented sugary solution with a combination of yeast and bacteria, commonly known as kombucha. Recommendation. The committee recommends that 1, excise duty on opaque beer be maintained as it is in the Principal Act. 2, excise duty on alcoholic or non-alcoholic beverage locally produced other than a beverage made out of fermented sugary tea solution with a combination of yeast and bacteria be set at 12% or 250 shillings per liter, whichever is higher. 4.2, construction materials of a manufacturing whose investment capital is $50 million. Minister of Finance proposed to the committee that the Principal Act be amended to provide for incentives under domestic laws available for both citizen and foreign investors whose capital investment is $5 million and $35 million for locals respectively. The committee welcomed this proposal, further noting that the amendment should elaborate the various incentives to include those accorded to a partnership of a citizen and a foreigner where the citizen has the majority shareholding. Recommendation. The committee recommends that clause 3, amending Schedule 2 of the Principal Act, be amended to include a partnership of a citizen and a foreigner where the citizen has the majority shareholding. 4.3, introduction of excise duty on banking and financial services. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee observed that the purpose of the proposed amendment is to introduce excise duty on services and products of service providers that use advanced digital and online technologies in the provision of banking and financial services. The committee recommends that the Principal Act be amended to include excise duty on withdrawal of cash through financial technology services providing through digital and online technologies at a rate of 0.5% of the value of the transaction. 4.4, mineral water, bottled water, and other purposely for drinking. The Ministry of Finance proposed that excise duty on mineral water, bottled water, and other purposely for drinking be charged at 10% or $75 per liter, whichever is higher. The committee observed that there is need to introduce a specific rate per liter of production on mineral water, bottled water, and other water for drinking purposes and create uniformity for the industry. Recommendation. The committee recommends the proposal to introduce an algorithm rate of $75 per liter on mineral water, bottled water, and other purposely for drinking be maintained. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit.
Thank you so much. Before you take up your seat, can you give me more clarity on 4.3? How did it smuggle itself into this? How did it smuggle itself into the committee? Did you interact with the stakeholders? And which stakeholders did you interact with?
Right Honorable Speaker, this on 4.3.
That is taxation on the transactional taxation. Meaning that if you went to bank money, you're taxed. When a transaction deposited, you're talking to a former banker.
Right Honorable Speaker, I have here a submission of the Minister of State for Finance, Honorable.
I am saying, did you interact with the regulator, with the Bankers Association? Regulator meaning Bank of Uganda, with
No.
the Bankers Association?
No, Right
So
Honorable, no.
can you delete that? Delete it. Don't smuggle in things anyhow.
Right Honorable Speaker, as guided, because we didn't interact with the.
You
this
delete
is not part of
it.
the bill.
It's not anything for discussion. Delete it. Next time, don't smuggle items on your reports. Minority report. And I'm going to investigate this. Anything that has not gone through Parliament and through the Speaker's office, we'll investigate it.
Right Honorable Speaker, we have a dissenting opinion on two issues. One is tricky for me.
Honorable members, listen. What is your area of dissent?
It is on
I
the
know.
70% levy on mineral water and bottled water. And the other one is on the imposition of duty or at different rates on denatured spirits made from locally produced raw materials.
Haji, what have you said?
I'm a shadow minister for finance.
No, I'm just saying Haj.
Yes, I'm saying I have a differing opinion on imposition of a duty at different rates on denatured spirits made from locally produced raw materials. I'm very, very specific. And I'm doing this not as a Hajj, as a shadow minister for finance. It's my unenviable duty to do it. Right Honorable Speaker, our position on one, imposition. The Minister of Finance proposed a specific levy or duty on mineral water, bottled and other water purposely for drinking at a rate of 75 per liter, whichever is higher. Currently, a duty of 10% is imposed on mineral water, bottled and other water purposely for drinking as provided under subsection 2 part 1, item 5.6 of the Exercise Duties Act. The ministry submitted that the proposal was geared at creating harmony within the sector, as it was observed that some industry players were declaring below the industry ex-factory prices for their stock keeping units, thus creating specific rates per liter would solve the problem and give a level playing ground to all. The committee agreed with the position and imposed a duty of 75. We vehemently disagree with the committee in its finding and the imposition of this duty, since there are other ways in the Tax Procedures Code Act through which URA would have ensured that the duty is paid equitably. In any case, the ministry did not supply sufficient information on how the provision of the law was being abused by the non-complying taxpayers. It's a question of capacity building. And secondly, and most importantly, certainly, the changes in the rate is going to lead to an increase in the price of drinking water, which is a necessity. This will reverse the effort to increase access to safe, clean, affordable water. We therefore propose that this be rejected and deleted. Right Honorable colleagues, those who want to impose and raise revenue, impose it on soda. Impose it on soda, impose it on spirits, which is a luxury for the rich, but this one that goes to the heart of the poorest of the poor. And we are promoting safe health, and we are promoting cleaning and expanding clean water coverage is uncalled for. We are proposing, if government wants, it can move to impose an extra levy on soda. It is a luxury. This is a necessity. And our view is that it will lead to an increase in the price of mineral water. Right, Honorable Chair, the other one, where I'm duty bound, and I know you, being our wife, you are very extremely uncomfortable with the
Yeah,
Hajj.
I don't talk about those things.
But Honorable Mpuga gave me this duty to speak, and also some of our voters extremely in this business. Clause 3 of the bill imposes a duty of 60% or 1,500 per liter, whichever is higher, on undenatured spirit of an alcoholic strength by volume of 80% or more, made from locally produced raw material. The same clauses imposes a duty at a rate of 80% or 1,700 per liter, whichever is higher, on undenatured spirit that are locally produced of an alcoholic strength by volume of less than 80. Honorable Speaker, let me speak. The highly concentrated drinks is for purposes of industry. You buy it and you go and dilute. Okay? It is high concentrate. There's not anywhere in the market. I'm not a drink, I've been explained to, where you go and buy spirit.
Hajj, he's asking whether you're speaking from experience.
I know my chairman is very uncomfortable for me going into these areas. Let me stick to the letter in order not to have my class of faith.
So you wind up.
So as I wind up, so our view is simple. Is simple, cause parity. They've imposed, when you look at the schedule, Right Honorable Chair, very simple. They've gone for the same rate for the imported. Okay, same rate, 150, 160, 80 to 100 to 100. We are saying, when you look at this schedule, Right Honorable Chair, they've gone, when you go to undenatured spirits that are imported, okay, are locally manufactured, it is 60 to 150. When you go to imported, it is 100% or 2,500. And when you go to the locally produced, they are saying it is for 80, it is 170, and for 100, it's 120. We believe it's okay, and nil for COVID. We're only saying, since you've gone for 100 in B, 100, 250, and 100 here, 250, go for the same rate. Go for 60, 1,000, and go for 60 to 1,000, as simple as that. And so that our local people who are involved in this lower chain are not disadvantaged. That's the case we are making.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Honorable O, do you have a chair first?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I do not agree with the argument of being advanced by Honorable Chivumbi that when we increase 75 shillings on a liter of bottled or mineral water will necessarily increase the price. Right Honorable Speaker, when a producer produces a good, his intention could be to maximize sales and not necessarily profits. Yes. And then two, Right Honorable Speaker, we are grappling with ensuring that every community in Uganda gets clean and safe water. And the only way we can do that is to raise revenue so that we can drill more boreholes, so that we can extend water lines by Ministry of Water or National Water. No, Right Honorable Speaker, please protect me. They listen to Chivumbi, let them listen to me also. Right Honorable Speaker, additionally, when you go to rural areas of Uganda, be it at a funeral, be it at a party, the number of people who consume bottled water or mineral water are almost zero. Actually, they segregate them. In some cases, they only partake of the packed water in buveras, not even the bottled water. Right, Honorable Speaker. Even in the rural areas of Butambala. Yes, Right, Honorable Speaker, what we are trying to do is to raise revenue so that we can increase access to clean and safe water, not just bottled water. Information granted.
Thank you.
Honorable members.
Chair.
Honorable members.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members. We've started on water. Water is life. Oh, do you have anything to say?
Yes, thank you.
Let me, are you,
Water is life.
The mineral water as of now is at 10%. In 2020, 2021, it was 10%. 2021, 2022, it remained at 10%. 2020, now, Honorable, currently, we want it to remain at the same level. Okay.
Yeah. Right, Honorable Speaker, the narrative that is before us by my very good friend, Honorable Mwanga Chivumbi, whom I've known him for long. This being a proposal from this side, and with your guidance that water is life, I do not know who would say no to the aspect that water is life. Yeah. And the human being is about 60% water. We all need water. Yeah. Let the minister responsible be with the appropriate response in this matter.
Thank you. Katesh, Honorable Minister.
Yeah.
Why the change from 10%? Why are we changing?
Right, Honorable.
I know.
Can I have a...
Members, listen.
It has been observed that the existing tax on mineral water of 10%, which we are proposing should still remain applicable. There has been a problem, and the problem is that the number of companies that are producing water, some of them declare a price that is appropriate, others actually underdeclare. They underdeclare the price, and therefore the application of the 10%, becomes a big challenge, especially for those that under declaring on the price. So to cure that problem, the committee is proposing an amendment of retaining the 10% or 75 shillings per liter, whichever is higher. So that if you under declare, then the 75 shillings becomes applicable. Then those like Rwenzori Mineral Water, Wava, who declare the right prices will pay 10%. It's just to cure that problem that has been in the market to cause fairness among the players. Otherwise, these companies that are under declaring, we are becoming a problem for the companies that we are proving to be genuine.
The question of now administration of funds, not so.
Eddie.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I do really appreciate the spirit in which government wants to collect money, raise money to run the country. But let's talk about affordability, because water is a necessity. And any tax introduced on water, you see, what is going to happen is for our people, there are companies that are going to take advantage of this. So instead, we should legislate on reducing taxes on water. Me, I represent an area where people are on, for example, in the islands. You can see a lot of water in the lake, but people cannot afford it. People are instead buying bottled water for consumption. So government should actually have brought an idea of reducing taxes on water. I want to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to appreciate the minister's explanation, and I believe it has put everything in perspective. We are dealing with the mineral water, and we are trying to fight a vice of some of those who are avoiding to pay taxes by under-declaring. Be that as it may, bottled water is also a class issue. Not everybody can afford it. But as a government, we are under obligation to provide water to each and every Ugandan if we can. And we can only do so by collecting as much revenue as possible, so that we can reach out to each and every area that does not have water and provide water. Taxing this water is part of that process. I beg to submit.
So what are you suggesting?
I suggest that we go with the proposition made by the minister of 75 shillings or maintain 10%. I beg to submit.
Members, I think we are laboring ourselves too hard for no reason. Number one, the justification that the minister has given is real. We have so many manufacturers of water. The rate that has been existing is 10% across the board. But you have those who have been under declaring. Now, if you take an example of a bottle of water, a 1 liter bottle of water, how much is it? 1,000. 2,000. So if you calculate 10% on 2,000, how much is that? 200. That's what they have been paying. So the alternative we are putting of the fixed, of the 75% is that if you, 75 shillings, that if you under declare and you don't want to pay that 200, then the 75 will do what? So 75 is not going to make it more expensive in reality. So let us, members, I am trying to make it very easy. If you look at the current price of water, this rate we are introducing is not going to make it more expensive. Instead, you are trying to level the ground so that there is increased compliance in the sector and you protect the revenue.
Next item. The next item is on Waraji. We have finished water. We have finished water. We shall go to committee. Let's now, anybody who is raising something should say it on Waraji. Osoru. Honorable members. Yes.
I want to, Right Honorable Chair, Speaker, I want to move.
Honorable Chair.
I want to move a motion that we move to the committee stage, having exhaustively discussed these proposals.
Is it seconded? Seconded by OO, Rose, Edie, Faith, Guardian, Amero, Linda, Musa, Mbwa, Gerald, and my seconder, and Maggie, even Mujuche. Thank you so much, AG and Olanya. I put a question that the exercise duty amendment bill 2023 be read for the second time. Those in favor say the control nay. The ayes have it.
The excise duty amendment bills committee.
Honorable members, sit.
Clause 1.
I put a question that clause 1 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say the control nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
I put a question that clause 2 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say the control nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 3.
Chair.
Madam Chair, on clause 3, we have an amendment. And in A, we are saying we delete paragraph A. B, in paragraph C, by substituting for item D the following. I'll go to the other side. It is 12% or shillings 230 per liter, whichever is higher. So we maintain as it is in the Principal Act right now. And then C, in paragraph F, by substituting for item 26 the following: construction materials of a manufacturer other than a manufacturer referred to in item 21, whose investment capital is at $50 million in the case of a foreigner, or $1 million United States dollars in the case of a citizen, or 35 million United States dollar in the case of a partnership of a citizen and a foreigner where the citizen has the majority shareholding. Justification. The justification is to offer protection to the local manufacturers utilizing local raw materials.
Honorable Chivambi.
I agree with the rest of those amendments, except is that's where I want to move in sub 3, section C, part 1, to say 60%, 1,500.
Minister.
Madam Chair, I want to begin by raising a procedural matter here. I thought that would go item by item and we exhaustively deal with it. She went kind of omnibus on the various amendments, which makes it quite complicated because we have to juggle through complicated provisions in the Principal Act, etc.
Who went on omnibus? The chair.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Now, with regard to clause 3, item A, we want to concede on the amendment by deleting paragraph A.
Now, the procedure, I think, unless you have a lot of time, Honorable, with due respect to the minister, where the chair is moving like omnibus, is that these were really canvassed positions and agreed to by Attorney General in a meeting, and therefore you to now draw back us to take back to the real arguments that lasted hours.
So the issue on contention is C?
It's only C.
Only C.
Because the other one on water is an insertion, will come later.
Chair, Honorable Minister, it is on C.
Yeah, Madam Chair, in paragraph C, by substituting for the item D, the committee, we sat and agreed that we retain what is already in the bill. And they conceded. Now, relating to paragraph F, by substituting for item 26, and they have provided the narrative, we clarified to the chair that what they added was actually at the end of that item. They are referring to a partnership of citizen and foreigner, where the citizen has majority shareholding. Now, the application of this provision is actually on the goods, and not on the nature of the business. So they agreed that the amendment was actually superfluous. So we agreed to retain what was already there. And what was already there is the narrative they have written up to dollars, United States dollars. So therefore we agreed to retain what we have in the bill.
Are you in agreement with the minority on C?
C, I need to be reminded on that. Paragraph 6.
Honorable Chivumbi, just read
You
for the
restate.
minister.
Paragraph C is on any other undenatured spirit. One is that are locally produced of alcohol strength by volume of less than 80% or, and then the 80% or 1,700, we're only proposing to say 60% and 1,500.
He's proposing to reduce the taxes on
What I'm very surprised that this is coming from a Haji.
Maybe.
Yeah, well, largely what we are doing here, this is what we regard as sinful tax. And these are the areas where we get a lot of revenue.
Basalira has a procedure matter.
Right, Honourable Speaker, my view is that the position raised by Honourable Mwanga Chivumbi and the committee should be harmonized on the higher side.
On the higher side.
On the higher side. That's my view.
Thank you. And
yes, beyond 80, on the higher side, that's my view.
So you're with the committee? Yes. Honorable members, I put a question that you see, Honorable Basalira was here whispering to me that thing makes men important. Honorable members, I put a question that clause 3 be amended as proposed by the committee. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 3 as amended.
I put a question that clause 3 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
I thought there was supposed to be a
On what? We've taken your position as a committee.
You've been sleeping there.
We've taken your position. We've taken your position as a committee. Basalira has helped you.
New clause.
New clause. By the way, we dropped the clause on banking.
Yeah. So I go to the one of.
I put a question that we drop a clause 4B on banking. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it. We shall not allow that.
We have the new insertion on mineral water, bottled water, and other water purposely for drinking. And we are amending to say 10% or 75 shillings per liter, whichever is higher. Justification to introduce a specific rate per liter of production on mineral water, bottled water, and other water for drinking purposely, and create uniformity in the industry.
Madam Chair.
What,
Chair,
Madam Chair.
there is a proposal, either it is 10% or
Madam Chair.
75
Chair,
75
shillings.
Chair.
Madam Chair.
Oh, and Honorable Chivumbi is saying we maintain it at what?
10%.
10%.
Chair, much as I respect the expertise of on these matters is senior, and I always respect people who are deep in the sector. In a committee, our understanding is not exactly what Kates was explaining. And our perspective was, and we asked for empirical evidence. You see, where government failed on most of this for lack of supporting data, for lack of research, because it was just rationalization. They rationalized things. You said, what's the impact? Because they were telling us that the margins on water higher, that even if we impose the 75, it will not change. We ask them, give us the evidence. Our suspicion and our understanding, not exactly the way you understood it, was it will lead to an increment in the price of water. The manufacturers will pass it over to a consumer. For clarity, if they want, they raise the percentage. Then the rest is why under declaration of water is the question of administration, capacity building, and URA should wake up and play its own part on enforcing the law, not the question of manipulating a tax and the legislation into capability and the question of capacity of an agency.
Madam Chair.
Honorable Chivumbi, can you have a look at this? This is what they are giving me as the analysis that was made, and I'm asking, why didn't they share it? Why did they not take it? Yes.
Honorable Chivumbi, it's unfortunate that this matter maybe was not explained properly in the committee by Minister of Finance. No, he has explained. Like I have mentioned, you are providing either 10% or 75, whichever is higher. That rate already exists on certain items like whiskey, wines, and the whole purpose is to bring fairness in the market and also deal with the problem of under declaration. So the people who are making water and issuing, yes.
Very simple. If a bottle of water is 1,000 and it's 10%, it is 100, and the liter is 75. So at 1,000 per liter, and you want to charge 75, is lower. We are saying whatever is higher. So in any provision you will put, most likely you are going to get 10% on the normal average. You all know the cost of water is not going below that margin. I know. What you are saying is that manufacturers, okay, at a factory price will under declare the cost of their water, much as the market will say it is 100 and the sellers will tell it. But I'm saying that's the question of capacity.
Chair, I think I would agree on if you raise the issue of capacity, and we can task the minister to look at issues of capacity of strengthening the tax administration. But here we are doing with the legislation. We are dealing with introducing 10% already exists. Yes. And like I have mentioned, if the bottle is at 1,000, 10% is 100. So if someone is under declaring 1,000, say 200, and he calculates 10% and puts 20, we are saying that it will either be 75% or 20, whichever is higher. So the provision is not going to increase the cost of water, and we should support it to create a level playing field in the market.
Emat. Honorable members, Honorable members, who are those who are saying that it should remain at 10%?
You're there. Yes.
10% this time, not 30 this time.
Who are those who are saying it should remain at 10%? And they don't clap here. You are not in the forest. And who are those who are saying it should be 10% or 75 shillings?
Madam Chair.
Whichever is higher.
Madam Chair.
No, I'm going to, this time I'm going to count. I want to get a honorable members. Honorable members, can you keep quiet? Now the 75 shillings. It is either 100 shillings or 75 shillings, whichever is higher, or it is 100 shillings permanent. You don't change. You get it, eh? Who are those? Now sit back. Who are those who are saying we want 100 shillings without any change? And who are those who are saying we want 100 shillings? 10%. I don't know why you're making a noise. Who are those who want us to maintain the law as it was? Remember, when you bring 75 is lower. And they are saying whichever is.
No problem. Chair, it is not lower. It is not lower.
Clarification.
Thank you.
Yes.
Clarification.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Chair.
Clarification, Chair.
Yes.
Chair.
There's a clarification from
Clarification. Thank you. Thank you. Right, Honorable Chair.
Chair. Oh, 100. They are going to manipulate 75.
Thank you, Right Honorable Chair. A tax collector.
Honorable members, I don't want to contribute to confuse the 75 as percent. It is per shilling. It is a shilling per bottle, per liter. You get it, eh? As compared to the 100. Honorable, yes, Honorable.
I think this is Right Honorable Chair. This needs to be very, very clarified. I think we are mixing the issue here. The current position is at 10%.
Yes.
And now the tax collector, just like any judicial officer, something relating to the public may need that latitude. If you fix it as 10%, you are likely to cause unfairness.
Yes.
If you put it with a latitude, with an alternative, whichever you take, whichever is higher, 75 shillings is definitely lower than the 10%. And now for them, a tax collector should be given that latitude to determine whichever is higher. I think it would only be proper, it would only be fair that given the explanation here, 75 shillings is fair to have it a ground.
Honorable members, why don't you have respect for somebody holding the floor?
The information that I had him, he was telling me before is that the water,
You see, Honorable Chivumi himself has understood it.
our people take that water of 500 shillings. But here we are talking about 1 liter, I think so.
Yes, we are talking
So
about
the
a liter.
liter applies to 10% applies even for the lower liter. So 500 liters, 0.5 liters would be half of that. So I think this is the most fair and moderate way to legislate. You provide 10% or 75 shillings for those who would be running away from paying tax. Or the tax collector determines. It is only fair that we agree with this position.
Yes, Hayat.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Chair. In support of the current position, 10% or 75, whichever is higher. The bottle you're looking at is 500 shillings, but it's half liter. A full liter bottle is actually 750 shillings. So the current 10% actually is the 75 currently. Now the framers, the proposal presupposes that at one time tea may be, the price might go down to 400. Suppose it goes down, then the 75 will stand. So it is actually okay, perfectly okay for us to go for 10% or 75, whichever is higher.
I put a question that the proposed new clause stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Title.
Title, I put a question that the title stands part. I put a question that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for resumption of the House.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that the House do resume and the committee of the whole House reports there too.
I put a question that the committee does resume and the committee of the whole House reports there too. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Minister.
I beg to report, Madam Speaker, that the committee considered the Excise Duty Amendment Bill 2023 and made some amendments, particularly on clause 3, covering the schedule, and an insertion relating to the tax on water.
And deleting the tax on transactions.
And deleting the proposal on tax on transactions, financial transactions.
Thank you.
Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Minister.
I beg to move that the House adopts the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
I put a question that the House adopts the report of the Committee of the Whole House. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Bills third reading, the Excise Duty Amendment Bill 2023.
Honorable Minister.
I beg to move that the Excise Duty Amendment Bill 2023 be read for the third time and pass, and do pass.
I put a question that the Excise Duty Amendment Bill 2023 be read the third time and do pass. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act titled the Excise Duty Amendment Act 2023.
Bill passed and title settled. You're going to the next item?
No. Sorry,
Oh.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I don't intend to challenge your ruling, and it wouldn't be wise anyway. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank you for having considered the issue of targeting tech platforms in transactions. Clearly, you can see there is a targeted procedure against ICT as a sector, whereas this government, and I remember the president's speech, has always been clear that for this country to grow, three key things: one, agriculture, industrialization, and ICT, and services. But you can see, whereas this government is very happy to tell us that it's looking for tax everywhere. I've been going through the Excise Duty Act of 2014 as amended. But you can see sugar confectionaries, chewing gum, sweets, and chocolates are not taxed. Nil. And they're one of the biggest causes of the non-communicable diseases that we're enjoying, like diabetes, etc. So there is a clear collaboration here that some things are not being taxed deliberately. And you can see that people come here and say we should tax software, which is updated every the other 2 weeks, and leave chewing gum, chocolates, sweets. Definitely there is a beneficiary here importing chewing gums and these things, confectionaries. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I know this parliament has no powers to import taxes, but we have powers to interrogate Honorable Ugorobi. This compendium is there for you. You've been looking for taxes. I posed this question last financial year, and you all went mute. And you promised, I'm on record on the answer. And I said there is a source of taxation here. Come this financial year, it has not been proposed. I know one of our friends.
Honorable member, I have given you all the time. Next year, bring all those.
I have no powers under the act.
No,
the
you
Constitution.
can advise. You can advise ministry.
Right,
of
Honorable Speaker,
Finance.
you did advise last year. You were here and said this is something that they had not tackled.
Okay, let's go to the next one. Let's go to the next one. I will expect all those comments after.
Item 7, Bill second reading, the Lotteries and Gaming Amendment Bill 2023.
Honorable Minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Lotteries and Gaming Amendment Bill 2023 be read for the second time.
Is it seconded? Seconded by Osoru Isabiri. by Carla, Rose, Esther, by even Mujiche, by the whole house, okay, including Daga. Honorable Chivumbi, this report does not have, gaming does not have a minority. What can you guide the house?
Right, Honorable, in the view that there is no minority, and we harmonized with the executive on these matters and conversed them, can we go straight to the committee and we go close by close for the next 2 bills?
Thank you. Can you move a motion that will go to the Bills Committee? Chair.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House goes to the committee stage, if it pleases.
Okay, Honorable Elijah, if you're shaking your head, you move it. Move it.
Chair, the rules.
The motion.
The rules provide for the chair, the owner of the report, to move the motion. You have been longing to be a minister. This is how you start practicing. start up practicing. So do the move the motion in the right way.
Now, did he tell you he was longing to be a minister?
Oh, yeah.
Elijah put a question that move a motion that we put a question. I know you don't want to be a minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I move a motion that the committee, that the question be put at the committee of the committee.
That the House goes to the committee of the
You see, Madam,
Honorable
Madam
Senior, please do it. Do it.
Madam Speaker, I move
Please.
that the committee resolve selection to a committee of the whole House.
Honorable members, I am putting a question that the House moves to the Bills Committee stage. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
The Lotteries and Gaming Amendment Bill 2023, Bills Committee stage. Clause 1.
I put a question that clause 1 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
I put a question that clause 2 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Title.
I put a question that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for resumption. of
Honorable
House.
Minister.
I move a motion that the House do resume and the committee of the whole House reports there too.
Thank you. I put a question that the House does resume and the committee of the whole House reports there too. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Rotaries and Gaming Amendment Bill 2023 and adopted it without any amendments.
Thank you.
Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the House adopts the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
I put a question that the House adopts the report of the Committee of the Whole House. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Bills third reading. The
Minister.
Lotteries and Gaming Amendment Bill 2023.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the Lotteries and Gaming Amendment Bill 2023 be read for the third time and do pass.
Honorable members, I put a question that the Lotteries and Gaming Amendment Bill 2023 be read the third time and do pass. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act titled the Lotteries and Gaming Amendment Act 2023.
Bill passed and title settled. Next.
Bill second reading, the Tax Procedures Amendment Bill 2023.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the Tax Procedures Code Amendment Bill 2023 be read for the second time.
Is the bill seconded? Seconded by the whole House, including the government chief whip. Would you love to speak to your bill? Honorable Chivumbi.
Honorable Speaker, the fact that there is no bone of contention on this bill and that we harmonized with the with the side of government, it is my considered opinion, with your indulgence, that we go straight to the bill committee stage.
Thank you. A motion.
Right Honorable Speaker, I move.
Honorable, okay. You move a motion.
Let me assist the chair.
You move a motion, Shadow Minister.
I move a motion that the committee, the House goes to the committee stage to consider the bill.
Is it seconded? Is the motion seconded? Seconded by the whole House. Thank you. I put a question that the Tax Procedure Code Amendment Bill 2023 be read the second time. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
The Tax Procedures Code Amendment Bill 2023, Bills Committee stage. Clause 1.
I put a question that clause 1 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
I put a question that clause 2 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 3.
Amendment.
Madam Chair, we have an amendment. Clause 3, an amendment of Tax Procedures Code Act 2014. Clause 3 is substituted with the following: 6A in a bracket. A person who makes unauthorized interference to or tampers with the digital tax stamp machine commits an offense and is liable on conviction to pay the amount of tax lost as a result of the tampering and a fine not exceeding a 5,000 currency point or imprisonment not exceeding 10 years. And the justification to increase the penalty for the offense of tampering with digital stamp machines and to recover any loss of tax that may have been occasioned as a result of the tampering. I beg.
Honorable.
We had no objection, Right Honorable Speaker.
Minister. Yeah, look.
Madam Speaker, we concede.
The amendment moved by the chairperson was not debated. We need to be guided whether it rhymes with the offense, because that seemed to be a bit onerous. Will the Land Attorney General be of help? Look at the currency points and then 10 years.
Madam Chair, to the best of my knowledge, the amendment is intended to improve what was previously proposed. The previous proposal was 1,500 currency points. That's what I have in the bill. And now they are raising it to 5,000 currency points, which I believe is commensurate with the proposed prison
imprisonment for 10 years.
Yes.
Hajat.
Right, Honorable Speaker, for me, my issue is about the ambiguity of bringing in that is liable to payment of the taxes lost, because anytime Revenue Authority realizes that there was tax not paid, the organization must pay. So it goes without being mentioned, actually, that once they realize that there was money evaded, the organization will pay. So to me, it is ambiguous bringing in that is liable to payment of an amount that was lost and then the currency points. It kind of looks ambiguous.
AJ.
Madam Chair, in response to my sister Aisha, this is not just about evading tax. It's about tampering with the stamp.
It's digital
So
stamp.
the intention is to look at the person who is tampering and altering the digital stamp.
They are
That's
saying a
here.
person who makes unauthorized interference to or tampers with the digital tax stamp machine.
Chair, I
commits
agree.
an offense.
I agree with you, with him to that effect. That's why there is that fine. And that's why there is a provision for the imprisonment. Then payment of the money that was not paid is another matter, which must be paid anyway, whether mentioned here or not.
It is actually different from what is here.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Elijah.
Yeah, thank you. Madam Chair, because the proposal of the currency point of 1,500 currency point, if the committee wanted to increase it, possibly would have increased it to something like 2,000, 2,500, because 5,000 currency points is 100 million. First of all, you are paying, you are paying the tax that you cost, but now you are putting that penalty of 100 million. Assume the tax was 2 million, 5 million, and we are looking at 100 million. You will not even collect. Possibly you will not even collect this money here. So I think we need to. I think the government. Madam
Can
Chair.
we hear from the AG? He wants to make a clarification on that.
Strict as it may appear, it's intended to be deterrent, so that nobody
Not
tampers with it.
exceeding.
Yes, and it says not exceeding. That gives the judicial officer the option,
Discretion.
depending on the facts of each and every case, it can be less.
Yes.
Chair, let us get the perspective, because the perspective may understand where the committee comes from. This is a manufacturer like Coca-Cola. I'm not saying in reality it's Coca-Cola or any other manufacturer who, for purposes of evading a tax, goes on the machine deliberately and tampers with the stamp. He can elude taxes of billion by that action. So the loss to government in terms of revenue can be so huge. Therefore, you to put a penalty and an offense, you must be really strong and deliberate.
Which is deterrent.
Will lead to tax avoidance and tax evasion. And in my humble view, and I come from this other side, this is what even our government would do. People who cheat tax will pay very high price.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Give it back.
Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, none of us is opposed to the penalties accrued by this form of fraud. The issue is awareness to our people. What I would like to ask from the Honorable Minister is to be candid and tell Ugandans the agreement that this government signed with a private company to issue digital stamps and how much the Ugandan taxpayer loses to this company, or how much money this company makes as a result of this. For me, I know the biggest thing that is being mooted in this is that the profitability of that company is hinged on how harsh we go for these taxes. You understand? So that there is more compliance. As you are aware, there is a company called SICPA that this government engaged to issue digital stamps on its behalf. And that this company is definitely a foreign company, it cannot be Ugandan. And it's earning a lot of money, having invested nearly nothing other than software. So the only thing we are seeking from the minister is to tell the Ugandans that we are legislating, yes, to collect more tax, but also empower more profitability for that company. Can you tell the Ugandans that company and how much it earns from every digital?
Honorable members, I put a question that clause 3 be amended as proposed by the committee. Those in favor say under control and nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 3 as amended.
I put a question that clause 3 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say under control and nay. The ayes have it.
New clause.
New clause. Can I have order in the house? Medi, go back to where you belong. New clause.
New clause, Madam Chair. The bill is amended by inserting a new clause immediately after clause 3 to read as follows. Amendment of section 38 of the Principal Act. Section 38 of the Principal Act is amended A, in subsection 1A, by inserting the words outstanding at the date of the payment in quotes immediately after the word tax, and B, by inserting a new subclause immediately after subsection 2, the following. 3, for the avoidance of doubt, any payment by a taxpayer shall be applied to the principal tax first until it is fully paid up. And the justification for this, to clarify that priority of payment is given first to the principal amount outstanding at the date of payment.
Honorable Chivombe,
No objection, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Golobi,
I concede.
I put a question that the proposed new clause be inserted as proposed. Those in favor say aye, and to a contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
Deletion.
Clause 4, amendment of section 39 of the Principal Act. The committee proposes that we delete clause 4. And the justification for that, clause 4 contradicts clause 5, which grants a total waiver of interest and penalty outstanding as at 30th June 2023, where a taxpayer pays by the 31st of December 2023.
Honorable Chivombe,
No objection.
Minister.
We concede.
I put a question that clause 4 be deleted as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
New clause.
New clause.
The committee proposes amendment of section 40 of the Principal Act. Section 40 of the Principal Act is amended by substituting for subsection 2 the following. 2, where a taxpayer's case is referred to the minister under subsection 1, and the minister is satisfied that the tax due cannot be effectively recovered, the minister shall, with the approval of Parliament, remit in whole or part of the tax payable by the taxpayer.
Honorable Chivombe. Honorable Chivombe.
No objection, Right Honorable.
Honorable Minister.
We concede.
I put a question that the proposed new clause be inserted as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 5.
5.
Clause 5 is amendment of section 40D of the Principal Act. Clause 5 is substituted with the following. 40D, waive of interest and penalty on payment of principal tax. 1, any interest and penalty outstanding as at 30th June 2023 shall be waived where the taxpayer pays the principal tax by the 31st December 2023. 2, where the taxpayer pays part of the principal tax outstanding as 30th June 2023 by the 31st December 2023, the payment of interest and penalty shall be waived on a pro rata basis. And the justification for that, to remove the powers to waive tax on interest and penalty from the Commissioner General, and 2, to increase the time frame within which the principal tax is to be paid.
Honorable Chivombe.
I know my friend wants to understand, but it will be a long explanation. We have no objection.
Minister.
We harmonize and we have no objection.
I put a question at clause 5 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 5 as amended.
I put a question at clause 5 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 6.
6.
Clause 6 is amendment of section 42 of Principal Act of the Principal Act. And clause 6 is amended. A, by substituting for the figure 4 with 3A. B, by inserting immediately after 3A the following. 3B, subsection 3A shall not apply to the information requested by the commissioner where the information is more than 3 years from the date the document was authored or for the past 3 financial years. And the justification for that, to create an exception where the taxpayer may be allowed to adduce evidence at the point of objection.
Honorable Chivumbi.
No.
Thank you, Minister.
We concede.
I put a question at clause 6 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 6 as
I
amended.
put a question at clause 6 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 7.
Clause 7.
Clause 7 is insertion of section 62H of Principal Act. Clause 7 is amended A, by renumbering the proposed section as 62(1). B, by substituting for the word 100 the word 1,000. C, by substituting for the word 3 the word 10. And the justification for this, to correct a typing error and give it the right reference, and 2, to make the punishment more deterrent.
Honorable Chivumbi.
No objection, Chair.
Minister.
We concede.
I put a question at clause 7 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 7 as amended.
I put a question that clause 7 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Title.
I put a question that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for resumption of the House.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the House do resume and the Committee of the Whole House reports there too.
I put a question that the House does resume and the Committee of the Whole House reports there too. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Minister.
I beg to report, Madam Speaker, that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Tax Procedures Code Amendment Bill 2023 and made some amendments.
Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the report of the Committee of the Whole House be adopted.
I put a question that the House adopts the report of the Committee of the Whole House. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Bill's third reading, the Tax Procedures Code Amendment Bill 2023.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the Tax Procedures Code Amendment Bill 2023 be read for the third time and do pass.
I put a question that the Tax Procedures Amendment Bill 2023 be read the third time and do pass. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act titled the Tax Procedures Code Amendment Act 2023.
Bill passed and title settled. Yes.
Right, Honorable Speaker, we've passed this bill and created a lot of punitive measures on this bill, but there is a big problem in this sector. There's this company called SICPA.
Called what?
SICPA, the one for the stamps, digital stamps. When you got the report by URA, the actual money that yields to URA because of SICPA is very minimal. But the agreement gives SICPA a portion of the total sum of the revenues collected for no work done. For no. When the figures we got them, they were very alarming. They were around 100 and something billion corrected because of this. The efforts of SICPA were around 20 something billion, 23 billion. But SICPA now has an entitlement to a total sum as a percentage because of this agreement. It is high time, if we continue not to lose money, that government brings back this agreement for a review. Otherwise, we are losing. We are doing all this to only enrich individuals, and the government walks away with nothing.
Honorable Attorney General, can you give a report to this House on that agreement?
You give us some 2 weeks. We shall see what you
In
do.
2 weeks' time, you come and report to this House.
Thank you.
On the agreement. Actually, we need, you also come with the action taken on Bujagali. On Bujagali.
Right, Honorable, isn't that under energy? I need clarification.
No, we had a report which was presented in the House, and there was an aspect on revision of the agreement, and Attorney General was to take it up.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Of course, the Land Attorney General will deliver, but we need to take even more keener interest. And I want to put the House on notice that will be by motion, not on the Speaker, for an investigation. First of all, this company is tax exempt. It was not sourced competitively.
Let's wait for a report on Thursday.
Yeah, we shall get the report, but the notice
Wednesday.
remains on record, right, on the
I
Speaker.
hope it will be one of the companies on the report for tax
Yeah.
exemption.
Yeah, the notice remains on record that we shall move a motion.
We'll wait
proper
for the
inquest.
motion. We'll
Thank
wait
you.
for the motion. Thank you. Next item.
Bill second reading, the Traffic and Road Safety Amendment Bill 2023.
Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister.
I beg to move that the bill entitled the Traffic and Road Safety Amendment Bill 2023 be read for the second time.
Is the bill seconded? Seconded by the whole House, including our who has just come, and Dr. Nekesa. And Honorable Biko. Linda. Honorable Chairperson. We have a minority report on this. Can we only look at areas of dissent? Only.
What do you want me to do? Well, I go to observation and recommendation straight. Okay. Right Honorable Speaker, on the Traffic and Road Safety Amendment Act, this is what the committee observes, given the narrative of what the Minister for Transport gave us. The committee observed that this provision implies that the operators of online digital platforms that provide public service transport will be required to have all the drivers registered on their platform to have a professional driving permit instead of a badge. The committee noted that this provision should apply to all providers of passenger public transport services, not just the online platforms. The committee therefore proposed that in order to ensure that the law is aligned to ISO standards of issuance of a driving license, the proposed amendment should be passed. However, drivers should be given 6 months to comply, to transit to what is being proposed. Recommendation. The committee recommends that the proposed amendment be passed 6 months after the commencement of the act in order to ensure that drivers are accorded 6 months prior to the implementation of the proposal. Madam Speaker, I do submit.
Thank you so much. Honorable Chivumbi.
This is your area, you should listen. Honorable Speaker, this provision, I don't want to take a lot of, this provision amendment, on the face of it looks like they want to change the word badge to professional driving permit. Now, the bone of contention is that now a driver is going to require 2 permits, all paid for. Because for you to go to Uber and lodge in, you must be a driver. And to be a driver in our law, in section 70, you must have a driving license. And these driving licenses are categorized, class A, B, C, D, all other provisions. Now, for you to register to provide for Uber, all you needed to do is to be accredited. And when you are accredited, you are given a badge that you are now an Uber driver because you have a license. And the license you have in Uganda is regional. My license permits me to drive in the whole of East Africa and COMESA. There is no way, even if you have a permit here, that you'll go to London and drive an Uber there. You will be required to acquire a driving license in London. What the net effect of it is that this is going to require the humble players, the humble people who do this business to be required now to have 2 permits, all paid for. And we believe this is unfair. And we believe, because the Honorable Speaker, we looked at a taxi driver in Uganda. And if you are for the first time getting a license, the fee is 500,000. Annual renewal of 2 years, of 3 years is 210. Then this man gets also third-party insurance. So you imagine this person, you are not going to require him or her to go and buy another, and you want to even create another regulator to issue this. So our humble view is that since when you look at 72, and I think the committee, when I looked at this, I was in a committee, we never looked at the mother section. To look at section C. Section C requires you to have acquired to be allowed to do Uber. So we believe, and this will not even generate revenue, it will consequently be enriching someone. Therefore, our humble view is that this permit thing will require our humble people, make it difficult for them to do business. Let them stay with the badge, and the badge will suffice. Let them be accredited, but not requiring them to have 2 permits. The other issue,
what was the basis of you accepting them to have 2 permits, which are all paid for? It's like in ident cards. That is a cost to the local person. Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker, what was explained for us in the committee is that we are going towards the production of oil. And this will require our drivers to drive beyond the borders of Uganda. And with the badge, the way the badge is used now is for identification. If Opolot misbehaves on the road, just for example, just for reference, whereas with the professional driving permit, once I have it, I will be free in Tanzania, in Kenya, in Zambia to use the same. And that's why, listen to me, people. I listen to you. That is why we at committee level, we now said, if that is the case, you'll not have to now have a badge for them to transit to have
The presumption is you already have badges.
Yes.
And you want them to go for another license.
Badges are not permits. They are not. They are not.
I want a clarification. Let's settle this. When I looked at the law, actually, when we were in a meeting, I must concede. When we were in a meeting, we never looked at the mother law. When I looked at the mother law, first and foremost, you have a license. This license, there is no unprofessional license. For you to get a license, you are tested and blah, blah, and their categorization. You are a PSG, you are a salon driver, you are a truck driver, and you are permitted to drive in all East African countries. Now, once you have that license, this accreditation required to be accredited by whatever authority or department under the law, is that you are issued with the badge for identification that I'm an Uber driver. But application is online. Even Uber can reject you even when you have a license and say we are overboard. So when I looked at this law, and I must tell you, when I looked at this and studied it further, I realized that at a committee stage, when we were at the committee, we never interrogated this section very well. And therefore, my humble position is not to make it so difficult for people to do business in this country. Let us not require them to pay twice. I want to be convinced by anybody whether the professional license will not be paid for, will be free.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
What is the difference between a license and professional license?
Right, Honorable Speaker, as I invite one of our members to give that difference, I want to inform the House that we were informed that at the end of this financial year, all badges will expire. And that's why we had the amendment that transit, we give them 6 months. But Faith, help me here.
Honorable Jane, I hope you're not misleading us that having a professional license makes you to go across borders. Huh? No. Huh? Honorable members.
Give information that came to the committee, the basis on which the committee recommended.
Pardon?
Can I give information?
You a member of the committee? Okay.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The spirit in which this issue came is to curb road traffic accidents. The professional driving permit. Let me explain the importance of the professional driving permit as we received it from the ministry. The professional driving permit gives the user, the holder of the permit, points. When you cross the red lights, the points are reduced. This is a requirement even for all our drivers to drive anywhere in the country. The committee considered. Do
we have that system in Uganda? Honorable Katesh.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I think this provision, I think the committee did not examine this matter properly because a lot of questions are coming through. Is it a requirement to have a driving permit in this country? Yes. To do what? You cannot drive without a driving permit. Yes. So what exactly are you trying to cure? Because it is not clear why we are introducing this provision. I think the committee needs to clarify the rationale. What are you trying to do?
Yes, Honorable Suman.
Right, Honorable Speaker,
the explanations being given here are a matter of law. And two, you are not going to arrogate unto yourselves powers of determining professionalism at that level. That authority is with the traffic, under the Traffic and Road Safety Act, which has been which is being addressed somewhere. I want to propose, Right Honourable Speaker, that we go to committee stage. I want to move. I want to move that we go to committee stage and have the matter resolved when we are discussing clause by clause.
Yeah.
Let's just drop the amendments. Let's drop the amendment. Let's drop that amendment. It's not called for, and then what? And then duplication here. We drop it.
Motion to stand.
Procedure. Procedure.
Honorable members, please take your seat. Honorable members, can we hear from the Minister of Finance? By the way, Honorable Chivumbi are not finished with this, but we saw a mischief before he finished.
Madam Speaker.
Honorable Chivumbi, our apologies that you've not finished.
Madam Speaker.
No, we saw Chivumbi's point very fast. That's why we just said Yes.
Whereas on the other paper, I was required to present this bill. The bill itself actually was authored by General Edward Katumba Wamala, the Minister of Works and Transport. So I beg that we stand over this bill so that the relevant minister can come and defend his
Law.
bill.
Law. Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, this is a clear cut. This is a very, very clear case. And when we were at the committee level, I must confess, I sat in there all the days. When we were considering, we never took time to go to the Mother Act and know exactly what the Act says. When you look at the provisions of the Act, they fight for you to go to Uber, you must have a license, background check taken, accredited, be given a badge. Now, to mistake a badge for a permit is to require somebody to have to, and they will be paid for. So we believe this is extremely unfair.
You know, when you look at the objects of the bill, it says to replace the reference of a badge with professional driving permit. A professional driving permit is not a badge. A badge is for identification. So there is a contradiction. Honorable Chivumbi has not finished.
Let me go to the second issue, Right Honorable Chair. Second issue of the minority report on this bill is on border. Is on border. And Honorable
We've not yet disposed of what was being said.
My humble view, Chair, is that I've said all that is required to be said, and it's that clear. And that the minister, by the way, came to the committee.
Yes.
Okay, he came with the commissioner and even gave us a schedule of rates, how they are going to charge people across, how they are going to set up another entity, some kind of authority to manage this. And it's a whole project that is most likely will lead to making money.
Honorable Speaker, I'm giving information to the honorable colleague. Number one, my heart has a feeling that somebody is trying to develop a business for himself. Number two, Honorable Speaker, our rules do not allow us to speculate while we are making law.
Honorable members, we are standing over this bill. House adjourned to Tuesday at 2.